guys. So, if you've been wondering why there haven't been any episodes throughout the entire month of January and late December, it's because I became an amputee. I have diabetes and I had a foot infection that spread and developed borderline sepsis, and so I was in the hospital for recovery and then in rehab because eventually I'm going to walk with a prosthetic. Those of you who have been aware, who follow the show on YouTube or on social media, thank you for all your kind words of support. I appreciate that. And sure hasn't been much fun laying around in a hospital rather than doing this. But I assure you I'm hitting the ground running, well as I can in a wheelchair. Anyway, I'm glad to have all you as fans and friends. I've made many friends doing this show. So once again, thank you so much for your support and enjoy this episode. Welcome to Human Monsters. Since this case involves honor killings that occurred in Canada, I will read from the government's website about the definition and history of the practice and how it is manifested in the Middle East, where the offenders and victims of this story were born. History. Honor killings have been known since ancient Roman times, when the paterfamilias, or senior male within a household, retained the right to kill an unmarried but sexually active daughter or an adulterous wife. Honor-based crimes were known in medieval Europe, where early Jewish law mandated death by stoning for an adulterous wife and her partner. Today, the practice is most commonly associated with regions in North Africa and the Middle East. Sharif Kanana, professor of anthropology at Birzeit University, states that honor killing is, quote, a complicated issue that cuts deep into the history of Arab society. He further observes, what the men of the family, clan, or tribe seek control of in a patrilineal society is reproductive power. Women for the tribe were considered a factory for making men. The honor killing is not a means to control sexual power or behavior. What's behind it is the issue of fertility or reproductive power. Historically, in some Arab countries under Ottoman rule, a killer would, quote, sprinkle his victim's blood on his clothes and parade through the streets displaying the bloody murder weapon to increase his honor, end quote, thereby attracting community respect rather than condemnation for taking a life. It is not necessary that the victim actually transgress any behavioral norms, as an Amnesty International statement notes. The mere perception that a woman has contravened the code of sexual behavior damages honor. The regime of honor is unforgiving. Women on whom suspicion has fallen are not given an opportunity to defend themselves, and family members have no socially acceptable alternative but to remove the stain on their honor by attacking the woman. This can be explained on the basis of the feudal and cultural mindsets. In the perpetrator's faulty vision, quote, it is better to eliminate the suspect before the matter blows out of proportion and the talk spreads to the community, end quote, even when the suspicion is groundless. Honor killing in countries with Islamic law. In many Arab countries, the practice of honor killing dates back to pre-Islamic times, when Arab settlers occupied a region adjacent to Sindh known as Balochistan in Pakistan, these Arab settlers had patriarchal traditions such as live burials of newly born daughters. Such traditions trace back to the earliest historic times of ancient Babylon, where the predominant view was that a woman's virginity belonged to her family. There is no mention of honor killing in the Quran or Hadiths. Honor killing, in Islamic definitions, refers specifically to extra-legal punishment by the family against a woman and is forbidden by the Sharia Islamic law. Religious authorities disagree with extra punishments such as honor killing and prohibit it, so the practice of it is a cultural and not a religious issue. However, since Islam has influence over vast numbers of Muslims in many countries and from many cultures, some use Islam to justify honor killing, even though there is no support for honor killing in Islam. Traditional interpretations of Islamic law, or Sharia, prescribe severe punishments for zina, or extramarital sex, by both men and women. This is, however, not a new practice. It has been around since ancient times and is common practice in other religions and cultures as well. Under Islamic law, premarital sex could be punished by up to 100 lashes, while adultery is punishable by lethal stoning. The act must, however, be attested by at least 4 Muslim male witnesses of good character. Punishments are reserved to the legal authorities, and false accusations are themselves punished severely. The execution of the Saudi Arabian princess Mashallah is an example of an honor killing in which the execution did not follow any Islamic religious court proceeding, but was ordered directly by her grandfather after she admitted adultery. Interpretations of these rules vary. Some Arabs regard it as their right under both tradition and Sharia by the process of al-urf, though this contradicts the views of the vast majority of Islamic scholars. Fuqaha. Ayatollah Ali Khomeini of Iran has condemned the practice as un-Islamic, though punishment under Iranian law remains lenient for those who commit honor-based killings. In Indonesia, generally believed to be the country with the largest Muslim population, honor killings are unknown, as is the case in parts of West Africa, with majority Muslim populations, and in many other Islamic countries such as Bangladesh. According to Sheikh Atiya Sakur, former head of the Al-Azhar University Fatwa Committee, quote, "Like all other religions, Islam strictly prohibits murder and killing without legal justification. Allah Most High says, 'Whoso slayeth a believer of set purpose, his reward is hell forever. Allah is wroth against him, and he hath cursed him, and prepared for him an awful doom.' The so-called honor killing is based on ignorance and disregard of morals and laws, which cannot be abolished except by disciplinary punishments." So, why are honor killings carried out in these modern times, even in the West, where violence against women, especially the kind that ends in homicide, is taboo? In Islamic societies, the status of a family's honor can make or break a family's prospects in life. Everything from commercial affairs to social reputation can be damaged if a patriarch is known to have a daughter or other female in his family who has behaved immodestly. In other words, nobody will do business with him, and he will lose everything. He will lose friends, and his entire family will be mocked and condemned. He will be considered less of a man because he could not control the woman in question. To some, the only way to remedy this situation is to kill her, to send the message that her behavior will never again be tolerated is the most common approach to damage control as far as rehabilitating the family's reputation. Though the decision to carry out the execution is made by the patriarch initially, it is not unheard of for females in his clan to play a role. 1978. 18-year-old Rona Amir and Mohammad Shafia married. Rona was a beautiful young woman and the oldest child of a retired army colonel. Mohammad, 25, was a handsome and successful businessman from Kabul, Afghanistan. Anyone who has had a look at their wedding photos would see that it appeared to be a happy occasion, with both bride and groom smiling. Despite such cheerful and auspicious beginnings, Rona would later mark this occasion as the beginning of a downward spiral in her life. Typical of marriage in that part of the world, it was arranged. It was Muhammad's mother, Shirin, who played matchmaker 2 years prior to that date. She met Rona at the wedding of a distant relative. Rona was not only beautiful, but mild-mannered and demure. She also came from a middle-class family with a good reputation. Given the criteria by which young women were adjudged suitable as wives in Afghani culture, Rona was considered to be ideal for a man like Muhammad. Before the wedding plans could proceed, it behooved Shirin to observe the tradition called Kwastigari. It is a ritual that ordains the strictures of betrothal. First, she asked the family for Rona's hand in marriage for her son. The next stage was to visit the girl's home to see her as she interacted with her family. From what she could tell, there were no indications that Rona was not palatable as a mate for her son. Another custom was that Shirin invited Rona and her family to her home, and they did. Part of the reason for this was so that Muhammad could have a close look at the girl his mother chose for him. He gave her his approval. Rona's older brother asked her if she would accept the proposal to become Shafia's wife. She didn't fully comprehend the implications of marriage, but ultimately, as a young woman born of that culture, she knew it was her destiny to marry a man she neither knew nor loved. She said to her brother, "Give me away in marriage if he is a good man. Don't if he is not." Given the cultural traditions, Rona's family scrutinized Shafia's background. His father died in a car accident when he was 2 years old. Muhammad attended school until grade 6 and then dropped out to go to work as his family were struggling in the absence of a patriarch, and career opportunities for women were slim to none. He became the man of the house. He underwent an apprenticeship with extended family to learn how to repair televisions and radios. By the time he became a teenager, he had opened up his own electronics shop with a loan from his grandfather. He was so successful in the electronics repair business that he opened up a second and larger shop in downtown Kabul. At first, he only sold radios, but he expanded to importing and reselling other electronics. Given his ambition and work ethic, Rona's family considered Muhammad to be worthwhile as a husband to Rona. With both families satisfied with this proposed union, blessings were given on both sides for them to marry. Rona may have been a minor when this arrangement was made, but it could have been a lot worse. In Afghanistan, girls as young as 2 years old are betrothed, in some cases to middle-aged and elderly men. The matchup of Rona and Muhammad was considered reasonable, and the two were perceived as compatible. Despite the happy festivities of the wedding ceremony, Merriment would soon turn to despair. Rona could not get pregnant. In Afghani culture, a wife's role, beside that of domestic servant, is to be a broodmare, saddled entirely with the care of children. This didn't bother Mohammed at first. He was focused on building his business empire and elevating his financial status. He created a company called Babul Limited, an import and distribution outfit that purchased and sold products from Japan. Rona was examined and treated by several fertility specialists, but none of these treatments were successful. Muhammad even spent large sums of money so she could visit a practitioner in India, but even this did not have the desired effect. This became a source of humiliation for Muhammad, as acquaintances and business associates mocked him for what they perceived to be his failure to impregnate his wife. They were convinced it must be his fault. Shafia became resentful about this turn of affairs, and he took it out on Rona. It started with verbal abuse. From there, he became draconian and placed strict controls on her movements. He wouldn't even let her leave the house to visit her mother. In her diary, Rona wrote, "He would find fault with my cooking and serving meals, and he would find excuses to harass me." He had been kind to her until that point, but the bitterness he felt about not being able to sire children jaundiced his feelings about his wife. One day, Rona's younger sister, Huma, paid a visit to spend the night. At one point, while the sisters were sitting and talking, Muhammad stormed into the room and shouted at Rona, "You are a land without crops. You cannot give me kids." Huma said in her sister's defense, "Shafia, you shouldn't say these kinds of things to my sister. This is from God." Rona said, "Please don't say these things in front of my sister." In a place like Afghanistan, this kind of opposition of a wife toward her husband is uncommon and unthinkable. Indeed, Rona was not spared the consequences. Shafia lurched forward and slapped her face several times. From his point of view, she had become a source of constant humiliation. First, her inability to bear him children, which left him the laughingstock in the eyes of others, and now she was recalcitrant to his face. Huma ran to her room. She never spent the night there again. Rona was frustrated with Muhammad's abusive behavior and his bitterness about her infertility, something for which there was no remedy. Though it was not a solution she even would have considered within the framework of a traditional marriage, she decided the best remedy to dispel the turmoil that had blemished their marriage was to encourage him to marry another woman. That woman's role would be to bear children for him. Muhammad agreed that this would be the way to bring about an end to this crisis. He said, "I will take a second wife, but you also I will have treated." By this, he was saying that he would continue to seek fertility treatments for Rona. The search for a second wife required neither a long wait nor long-distance travel. His friend Aziz's wife visited his and Rona's home. She couldn't help but notice the absence of children in the house. She suggested that her 17-year-old sister Tuba would make a worthy mother and bride. Tuba was educated and the daughter of a successful pharmacist. She met with Muhammad in a restaurant. He said to her, "I have a good life, but I have no kids. If you're not in agreement, no one can force you, and I don't want this marriage to be forced." 1988. Muhammad and Tuba were married. It was a posh and grandiose affair, facilitated as it was in the ballroom of the Intercontinental Hotel. Rona, as his first wife, was featured in all the photos. In a more traditional wedding, The groom would only walk with his bride clutching his arm. In this case, Tuba and Rona walked on either side of him. September 9th, 1989. Tuba gave birth to Muhammad's first child, a girl named Sadaf. Eventually she would become known by a nickname of sorts, that being Zainab. The birth elevated Tuba's status in the hierarchy of the household to that of favored wife. In fact, when Shafia and his wives went to India to ensure Tuba would be able to bear children, Rona also had a consultation and was informed she could have a child if she underwent surgery. Muhammad would not allow it. He told Rona he was concerned that she would not be able to receive adequate care in the event of post-surgery complications because the doctors in Kabul were not up to the job. December 31st, 1990. Tuba gave birth to a son who would be named Hamed. It was about this time that Rona intuited that Muhammad treated her and Tuba equally, which she resented as the first wife. Tragedy struck when Hamed was 7 months old. Rona was sitting on a skylight on the house's roof, cradling Hamed, when the glass gave way and they fell to the floor below. This fall was injurious to both Rona and Hamed, with Hamed and Rona incurring harm to their heads and Rona also suffering a broken arm and leg. They were treated by Muhammad's half-brother, Dr. Anwar Yaqubi. They recovered from their injuries. Muhammad may have been relieved, but he was outraged by what he considered to be carelessness on Rona's part. On more than one occasion, he chastised her, saying, "You dropped my son." She would always say, "I didn't do it on purpose. I was hurt too." That latter point didn't win his sympathy at all. He would say, "I don't care about you. You hurt my son." October 22nd, 1991. Tuba gave birth to another baby, a girl who would be named Sahar. Unexpectedly, Tuba gave Sahar to Rona to raise as her own. Rona was elated, though time would tell that by raising a daughter, she would essentially lose her husband. Indeed, Muhammad declared that he would spend 3 out of every 4 nights with Tuba. Rona didn't protest because she was so grateful to have received her own child to raise. She enjoyed caring for the other children and keeping their home. Given all this, she was able to accept the arrangement. Summer 1992. A civil war was underway in Afghanistan, and it had become too unsafe for the Shafias. Along with Anwar Yaqubi, they sought refuge in Pakistan. During their time in Pakistan, the Shafias would welcome 3 more children to their domicile, Mina, Zafar, and Giti. The Shafias relocated once again, this time to Dubai, United Arab Emirates. There they would remain for a decade. Tuba gave birth to a child in 2000, Fareshta. Rona felt more unhappy and alienated at this point than she had for some time, as she wrote in her diary. "We were very happy for some time after we arrived in Dubai because there was a change in our lives. But this happiness was short-lived because Tuba, little by little, implemented all the schemes and drove me into misery without allowing any censure or blame to attach to herself." Tuba certainly was determined to wield as much control over the household as possible, or at least as much as a matriarch can in that culture. She learned to drive. She managed the household's finances. She did all she could to cut the connection Muhammad and Rona once enjoyed as husband and wife. Muhammad did nothing to stop it. In fact, he even stopped sleeping in the same bed with Rona. Elaborating further on in her diary, Rona wrote, "Miserable me, who wouldn't question Shafia in regard to anything, swallowed everything without a word, because I had no option. Rona felt trapped and torn in this situation. She yearned for a better life, but could not bring herself to abandon the children. Things would go from bad to worse for Rona. 2001. Mohammed moved his 10-member clan to Australia. He applied to live in New Zealand, but his application was denied because Rona failed a medical exam. Yet another thing he and Tuba would cite as a reason that Rona was of little value to them except as domestic labor. January 2002. The Australian government denied Mohammed's request for a business visa that would have allowed him to reside there for 5 years. He had sent his children to public schools, which was a violation of immigration laws when it came to short-stay holiday visas. The Shafias were no longer permitted to legally remain in Australia. The Shafias returned to Dubai and stayed in a hotel temporarily for 3 months. Mohammed blamed Rona for this turn of events. He said to her, "This is all because of you. We had been accepted in New Zealand, but all this loss we have incurred is because of you." One day he could no longer digest her presence in his life. As he saw it, she had become a liability. He said to her, "Go back to Kabul. I can't keep you as my tail wherever I go." She said, "The Taliban are in power. How can I go back there? Many a lion-whiskered macho brute has had to flee Kabul, and you want to send me there?" Mohammed responded by hitting her. Some of the children entered the room. They begged him to stop. Mohammed's response to them was, "I am beating her up because she swore at your mom and insulted her." Rona wrote about her personal circumstances conclusively in her diary following this incident. In short, he had made life a torture for me. The family eventually settled in an apartment in a district of Dubai called Dera. Dubai was a good fit for Mohammed because while he was an old-school Muslim with values typical of that creed, he also yearned to elevate his professional and financial stature. Considering that Dubai was the biggest hub in the Arab world when it came to business, the city couldn't have been more idyllic for someone like Mohammad Shafia. All the oil wealth led to booms in construction and other industries, and the people who benefited directly had money they were all too happy to spend. This is a part of the world where millionaires drive Ferraris with pet leopards riding shotgun. The royals of this region, the sheiks, nullified such commercial restrictions as taxes and duties and welcomed investors from places as far afield as England, India, Saudi Arabia, and even the United States. They were welcome to live and work in this city. There was a party scene with bars and nightclubs, and vast modern shopping malls sold the trendiest products available on the market. Nevertheless, tourists were notified that modest dress and behavior in public was still required. One privilege that was not bestowed upon immigrants in Dubai was ownership of property. For a man with a 10-member family, this would be a problem. For the Shafia children, their daughters Zainab, Sahar, Mina, and Giti were popular at school. All of them except Sahar were known for their mischievous behavior and rebellion against authority. Giti was the biggest rebel of them all, breaking rules and getting into disputes with her teachers. This behavior would surely have infuriated Mohammed to no end. Their outrageous behavior was amusing to their fellow alumni, but another thing that added to their popularity was their beauty. All the Shafia girls were striking in their looks. They were certainly popular with the boys, though theirs was a segregated school and the boys and girls were in no position to gain access to one another. The boys and girls mixed on occasion, like at sporting events, but for the most part, intermingling of the sexes was taboo. The girls were forbidden from having boyfriends. Another barrier to the Shafia girls was their brothers, Hamid and Zafar, who were protective of their honor as their father intended. Still, Hamid's hormones had kicked into full gear, and he would give in to his desires in his limited way. For instance, he was caught smuggling a CD that contained images of naked women into the school. He was permitted to finish the school year there, but would be banished thereafter. According to one of the school's teachers, Muhammad was humiliated by Hamid's behavior. Some of the girls at this school would push the envelope in terms of experimenting with strategic placement of hijabs, headscarves, and alterations to their clothing to make them more form-fitting. Others experimented with makeup. If they were caught, they were made to scrub it off. They seldom drew the attention of boys for long, but they wanted to ensure that when they did, they would make a lasting impression. They were still careful not to take it too far, for their conservative Muslim parents would mete out harsh punishments when the strictures of decency were violated. They knew it could be worse, though. They had a friend named Zubaydah. She was required to cover her entire face when she went out in public, and if she were to be observed talking to a man on the street, her father and older brother would inflict some serious bodily harm on her. Like the Shafia girls, a marriage would be arranged for her, and love would not be a factor in choosing a suitable candidate for husband. The common maxim when it came to this aspect of marriage in that society was, if you love someone, it's a crime. As the school year was drawing to a close, Zainab had shocking and disappointing news for her girlfriends. Her family was moving to Canada in June. She said, "I'm so happy here. I love you guys. I don't want to go. I don't want to be with my family. I don't want to see my cousins in Canada. My mom and dad want a better future for us. I thought I'd get married here. I want to stay near you guys." She saw no use in studying anymore, since she would have to do it in Canada anyway. June 14th, the family departed for Canada. Latif Hidari was an Afghani resident of Montreal. He had been an associate of Mohammad Shafia and paid him the courtesy of greeting him at the airport. He embraced his values and culture of his adopted land, and he was aware of the opportunities that would be availed to his children that they wouldn't have had in Afghanistan. Mohammed cited these opportunities and the safety of Canadian life as his reason for uprooting his family and relocating them halfway across the world. Canada has a policy of official multiculturalism and provides asylum for refugees. As Muhammad said of his track record as a nomadic patriarch, "Wherever I went, to any place, I just went for my family." They settled in a 4-bedroom apartment in the Saint Leonard district of Montreal, Quebec, which was traditionally a neighborhood where newcomers from other countries would establish themselves as they adjusted to their new surroundings. One thing that greased the Shafia's transition into life in Quebec was the Immigrant Investor Program. It was a program that provided a smoother transition into Canadian life in exchange for a large lump sum of money. This was not a problem for Mohammad Shafia, as he brought all his business wealth with him. He gave $400,000 to the government of Quebec. The government kept the money for 5 years, keeping the interest but returning the principal at the end of the period. Mohammed made it known to the government of Quebec that he was an ambitious businessman who fully intended to contribute to the province's economy. In fact, he registered a business in his name there in 2006 before he and his family landed. He registered 3 more businesses there a year after their arrival. One member of the family that did not touch down along with the rest was Rona. She went to France to spend time with her sister. The reason for this was Mohammed couldn't figure out how to explain his 2 marriages to the government since polygamy is illegal in Canada. In his application, he indicated Tuba as his wife. Tuba had relatives in the same borough in which they were living. It wasn't long after they got settled in Montreal that a clash of civilizations occurred in the Shafia homestead. Latif Haidari hoped to bring his family and the Shafias closer. To accomplish this, he invited them to attend the wedding of his daughter in the summer. Tuba asked for assistance in purchasing appropriate clothing for herself and the girls to wear to the event. His nephew took them shopping. An entire table was reserved for the Shafias, but none of them turned up. He learned later that when Muhammad saw the clothes that were purchased, he took a pair of scissors and cut them up in a fury. Many of the outfits were sleeveless and, in his opinion, too revealing, and he was outraged. Though Latif was not surprised, being aware of the strict Islamic code by which the Shafia's lives were governed and strictly enforced by Muhammad, initially he was disappointed and insulted. Ultimately, he chose not to let it affect the relations between the 2 clans. Adapting to Canadian culture with its liberal values and particularly the freedoms enjoyed by its female population was not a good fit for a man like Mohammad Shafia. As time would tell, he would never entirely make peace with these circumstances. Mohammed enrolled his children in public schools. He would have been horrified by the ways the students related to one another. Girls and boys flirted with each other. Girls wore revealing clothing and were not required to wear any kind of religious garment for the sake of modesty. The girls would be encouraged to pursue a post-secondary education and establish themselves in white-collar professions. His daughters would be approached by boys and, God forbid, they might even date them. They were placed in separate schools according to their grade levels. They were also required to learn French, the lingua franca of Quebec, and to learn about the province's Francophone culture. Sahar developed a crush on a Hispanic boy named Jake. He, too, was an immigrant, and one of his Latin American customs was to greet women with a kiss on the cheek, whose implications were asexual. Such a gesture was taboo in a place like Afghanistan or the United Arab Emirates, so she was flustered, albeit in a good way. The outcome of this exchange would prove to be problematic. The next day, Sahar waited outside of Jake's class. Jake's teacher told him Sahar was waiting to talk to him. She said to Jake, "You're the first guy who ever got that close to me and kissed me like that. My little sister saw, and she told my dad. He got really mad, and he slapped me." Jake was stunned by this. He was completely unprepared for this culture clash. Still, she wanted to convey to him that she still enjoyed the kiss. She gave him a caveat. "If my sister is around, you can't get that close to me." Jake apologized and said he understood, though he really didn't. Conservative Muslim culture was so exotic to him that it was like something that could have originated in another planet. His teacher even advised him against kissing Sahar in the future so that she wouldn't get into more trouble with her father. Sahar had a teacher named Antonella Anea, who had the respect of her students from having taken a personal interest in their lives. They felt they could trust her and even confide in her. Anea intuited that Sahar carried around a great deal of sadness, and she wanted to get to the bottom of it. One day she managed to take Sahar aside and see if she could glean what was troubling the girl so much. She asked her if she was all right. Sahar said, "No." "Anea, What's wrong? Is there a problem at home? Yes. Do you want to tell me about it? It's just, I can't. My family is strict. I can't have a normal life. I can't have the friends I want. I can't go out. I can't do stuff that other girls do. Maybe there's something I can do to help. No, it's just the way things are. There's nothing you can do, but thanks. Sahar's crush on Jake was long-lasting, and she got him a bracelet for his birthday. He thanked her with 2 cheek kisses and a hug. This was witnessed by Mina, who told her parents. As punishment, the entire family gave Sahar the silent treatment. This was ordered by Mohammad and Tuba. Even the siblings were ordered to shut Sahar out. She felt alone in the world except for the support she received from her friends. Sometimes it was more than she could take, and she would cry. A boy named Benjamin noticed that Safar wasn't speaking to her. He asked him about it. Hey, dude, why are you not talking to your sister? She's your sister. I don't know, it's a rule. He didn't elaborate. Benjamin was baffled. He thought, it's a rule? You can't do that to a kid. With Rona missing, the children lost the intermediary who would often take their sides when it came to family disputes. She would sometimes negotiate with Muhammad and Tuba and find a way to loosen restrictions on the children's behavior and activities, if possible. 5 months after the family landed in Canada, Muhammad found a way to bring Rona to the country. On an immigration document, he described her role in his life. Rona works for my family since my marriage in 1990 and takes care of my 7 children and of my house. Rona had missed the children and was anxious to reunite with them. She wasn't pleased about her downgrade of status from wife to housekeeper and nanny, but it was a price she was willing to pay to be with them again. Latif Haderi gave Rona a warm welcome. He told her that though he was Tuba's uncle, she could visit his home any time and he would treat her as his niece. Rona appreciated this gesture. Muhammad and Tuba, not so much. In fact, Tuba told Latif that he must not speak to Rona when she was not accompanied by Muhammad or herself. Latif objected, saying, "You have taken her husband. You have kids. She has nothing. She has no husband, no kids. What has she taken from you?" Tuba said, "You don't know her. You don't know what kind of person she is. If I'm there, you're allowed to talk to her. But if I'm not there, please don't talk to her." Latif didn't accept this condition gladly, but for the sake of harmonious familial relations, he obliged. At Christmas, there was to be a potluck meal in Antonella and Nia's class. Sahar did not arrive in a festive mood. In fact, she was downright petrified. She walked up to her friend Herna and said, "Herna, I'm so scared. My dad just saw me with eyeshadow on. I'm scared. I'm so scared." "What did he say?" "Nothing, but I'm scared." Sahar's eyeshadow was applied lightly, so much so it was not likely visible beyond a distance of 5 feet. She certainly didn't stand out compared to the more heavily made-up girls in the rest of the school's student body. Sahar said she saw Muhammad in a hallway of the school. She was certain he had not only seen her, but seen the makeup. Such was the paranoia that came with the territory of a household ruled by an Islamic fundamentalist. One thing of which Zainab was acutely aware was Hamid was with her at all times at school, following on her heels, sitting beside her in class. He was like the Hitler Youth, ready to report any of Zainab's transgressions to Muhammad. A Pakistani boy named Ammar, who attended the same school, developed a crush on Zainab. For Valentine's Day, He sent her a rose and a chocolate to her classroom. Hamid was furious and glared at her. When he demanded to know who sent it, she claimed it was from one of her girlfriends who sent it as a gag gift of sorts. Ammar included a note saying he wanted to get to know her. He said one way she could signal her consent was to wear white the next day. The next day, Zainab wore an all-white outfit. He approached her and asked her if he could call her. She said it was very difficult for her to get access to a telephone. She agreed to exchange email addresses with him. Rona's prospects in Canada were grim, worse than they had ever been anywhere else. She was unloved and unwanted by Mohammad and Tuba. She had no influence in the household, and her opinion was both unwanted and entirely devoid of value. Mohammad and Tuba retained and concealed her immigration documents, passport, and identification. She entered the country with a 6-month visitor's visa. She worried about what would happen at the end of this period, as she had no way to prove she had been Mohammad's wife. The future looked bleak, but she didn't want to return to Afghanistan. Tuba was not at all pleased to have Rona in her home again. To put it mildly, she said to her, "Your family got rid of you." She told her that it was highly likely she would be deported back to Afghanistan eventually. During that time, they would tell outsiders that she was the family's nanny, housekeeper, and Mohammed's cousin. Salting the wound, Tuba said, "You are not his wife. You are my servant. Your life is in my hands." Rona had no friends and no other family in Canada. She felt isolated and feared what the future had in store. The only people she felt she could trust were the children, particularly Zainab, Sahar, and Giti. Before long, Rona began calling friends and relatives who lived in Europe to ask for advice. She reported the abuse, humiliation, and loneliness she felt in the Shafia household. She told them Tuba informed her she no longer had a right to intervene in affairs that involved the children, and she would not have a say in how the household was run. She was useless for them without a mop in her hand. She said to her sister-in-law, Razia Hamiri, Tuba said, "I don't want you to live with us anymore." Though Rona prayed regularly and thought of herself as a devout Muslim, she was liberal in many ways, and, like a typical modern woman, she wore makeup and trendy clothing. Tuba objected to this and pointed out to Muhammad that Rona was behaving immodestly. She also informed him that she went out for entire days and was likely doing immoral things as she did so. Muhammad would shout and curse at Rona for these actions. One day he chastised her in front of company because she was wearing a short jacket. He insulted and cursed at her until he reduced her to tears. Sometimes he would slap or kick her. This became too much for Rona, and she asked him for a divorce. He said, "I've already given you your divorce." Rona said, "Please write this divorce in a proper paper." Later, when Muhammad's anger had expired, he said to Tuba, "I have to find another way for this." Rona lamented to an old school friend, "With all the thousands of problems and bad language directed at me, I still helped in raising the children from the bottom of my heart. Maybe one day people will acknowledge my efforts and the troubles I go through in this house." Her friend's prognosis was not nearly as optimistic. They deemed Mohammad Shafia a tyrant who denied his children freedoms, as if they were still living in the Middle East. Rona told her brother that Sahar dreamed of running away and taking Rona with her. Rona recalled Sahar saying, "When I get married, I'll take you with me to my house, and I will save you from these cruel parents of mine." Zainab had her own escape hatch. She sent an email to Amar. She sent it the day after a very short phone call. It went, "Hey, how are you? Thanks for the great V card. Let me explain the rules of my friendship. Firstly, be aware of my bro. Then if sometimes want to talk, come in the library. And if my bro is around, act like a complete stranger. I will call you when we are at school from the public telephone." On Monday, Amar and Zainab had a short rendezvous in a hallway at school. It was timed in such a way that it guaranteed Hamid would not be present. They arranged a lunchtime meeting in a corridor that was usually deserted at that time. They made some awkward small talk as they got to know each other better. They learned more about their personal lives. Zainab said to him, "I don't go out much, but I like to hang out with my friends. I don't have a lot of freedom." They made plans to get together the following day. When Zainab returned to class, Hamid confronted her. He said, "Where were you the whole lunch? I was at the cafeteria the whole lunch and I didn't see you. I was in the library. I didn't see you. I was probably in the corner or somewhere doing my work. You didn't look close enough." Zainab and Amar met every day that week, though sometimes all they could do was exchange a cursory greeting. They were strategically seated so that if one went for a washroom break, they would pass by the other's classroom and enjoy some eye contact. With Hamid as an apex predator, he became a constant topic of their conversations. Amar said to her, "Even if he sees you, you don't have to be scared of him. I understand he's your brother, but you're not doing anything wrong." "But you don't know my brother. He'll tell my dad, and then my dad's going to get mad at me." "I understand that, but if we get caught, then there's no way I'm going to get to see you, because they're not even going to let me come to school." These conditions were hard to accept, but Amar was so taken with Zainab that he viewed them as a necessary evil. He had yet to discover the deepest depths of that evil. Nevertheless, his feelings for her had run so deep he was willing to go just about any length to be with her. He told her one day that he liked her from the moment he first saw her. He said, "Every time I would see you come to your locker and I'd be standing at my locker, I'd take forever to open my locker just to watch you." Zainab confessed she'd had a crush on him the first time she laid eyes on him. Amar was immensely flattered by this, though he was still puzzled that she rebuffed his initial approach. "How come you said to your friend that you're not interested in me?" "I never said that to her." She wanted to drive home the point that it was a misunderstanding. In March, Sahar was removed from school with no explanation from her parents. Tuba took Sahar and Fareshta with her to Dubai. There they met up with Mohammed, who was there on business. While Tuba, Mohammed, Sahar, and Fareshta were in Dubai, Zainab's relationship with Amar continued to blossom. They were even expressing their love for each other. They had clandestine meetings at school every day. She told him that because her parents were away, he could visit her at her house. Rona still argued for the girls to have more freedoms, so she did not object to Zainab having a boyfriend. Unfortunately, Hamed showed up soon after Amar's arrival. He sensed that Zainab was hiding something and that it was in the garage, where Zainab told Amar to hide. Hamed found him down there and told him to leave. Amar left immediately. Hamed returned upstairs and screamed at Zainab for breaking the anti-boyfriend stricture. He told her to go to her room. She would not be permitted to leave until their parents returned from Dubai and decided on her fate. She didn't even get to go to school. A day later, Zainab managed to call Amar. She told him that Hamid wanted to assault him, but she talked him out of it. She told Ammar she wanted to see him and came up with a plan for him to visit her home one last time. The day in question, Ammar asked a friend to call him if Hamid left the school grounds. Ammar's reunion with Zainab was emotional. As they held each other, there were no worries in the moment, only love. She said to him, "This is going to be the last time we're going to be able to see each other. Most likely this is going to be the end of it. But I'm never going to forget you. I will always love you." She rolled up her sleeve and showed him that she had etched a capital A into her flesh. He said, "That was pretty stupid. Don't do things like this." He was angry, not at her, but at the circumstance that had driven her to it. In late March, Mohammed, Tuba, Sahar, and Fareshta returned from Dubai. Mohammed had been informed of Zainab's romance with Ammar. A friend of Zainab's, Mujah, agreed to share the blame for what happened. She met up with the Shafias in a restaurant. Zainab told them Mujah introduced her to Ammar. Mujah said to Mohammed, "Like, Ammar is my friend. It's not Zainab's fault." Mohammed was apoplectic. Shattering the low-volume ambiance of the dining room, he said, "You are not a good girl. Why you did this?" Moshe was startled and frightened by Muhammad's rage. He continued, "You did bad to our daughter." He turned to Zainab. "You're not going to talk to this girl again." From a rage-filled aria to a duet, Tuba joined in with Muhammad's chorus, calling Mujah a bad girl. Mujah was taken aback by the venom of Tuba's condemnation. From that point on, Zainab never attended school. Her bedroom was now a prison cell, with her solitary confinement disrupted only by meals and trips to the bathroom. As she stepped out of her room, Muhammad and Hamid would glare at her as she was closely monitored. Sahar was kept at home for 2 weeks after returning from Dubai. This was only because school officials notified Muhammad and Tuba that because she was not yet 16, she was required by law to attend school. Her parents claimed they were unaware of this law. Sahar told her teacher that the real reason she was yanked out of school and taken to Dubai was because of her so-called immodest behavior. Muhammad told Sahar that he was placing a moratorium on internet use and phone calls. She was also banned from leaving her bedroom except for meals, bathroom breaks, and school. This was the breaking point for Sahar. She said to Mrs. Anea, "Life is unbearable. I want to die." Her tears were tangible evidence of her sincerity. She confessed to Anea that a week before she attempted suicide by swallowing a handful of pills. She said Tuba refused to help her, but Rona rushed to offer assistance. Tuba was standing nearby. When Rona asked her what was going on, Tuba said, "She can go to hell. Let her kill herself." Sahar told Anea about the abuses she had been suffering at home the previous few months. The shunning, the verbal abuse. Hamid struck her on her shoulder. He once threw a pair of scissors at her from across the table, and they hit her in her hand. He frequently criticized and insulted her for not conforming to the standards of modesty imposed on her by the family. Tuba told her she must wear a hijab. Sahar told her she didn't want to because she didn't want to stand out among her friends at school. Up until then, Anea had only been a confidant who made good on her vow to keep what Sahar told her to herself. This time, Sahar asked her if she could do something. Life in the Shafia household had become unbearable for her. Anea notified the vice principal, Josie Fortin, of what Sahar told her. When Sahar met with Fortin, she told her she had had enough of the abuse at home. She mentioned that Hamid had assaulted her. Fortin reached out to But Shah, an Anglophone youth protection agency. She told them that one of her students was suicidal because of abuse at home. This file received a Code 1, meaning it was marked urgent. Jeannie Rowe was dispatched from the agency to interview Sahar at school that very day. Sahar's anguish and depression were as plain as the tears running down her cheeks. Before Rao instigated the interview, Sahar had some questions to ask her. "Are you going to tell my parents?" "Yes, I will. We always meet with the child and the parents. And the parents have to be notified because we have to hear what they have to say too." Sahar was now beset by anxiety as well as melancholy. She said, "But I don't want my parents to know." "I have no choice. I have to talk to your parents." "I don't want my parents to know. I want to go home. I don't want to be placed. The stuff I said, it's not true. I'll be sure that you are safe and protected, so you don't have to worry." Sahar was panicking now. "I don't want my parents to know. I don't want to be placed. I want to go home. I don't want to be placed with strangers. I'm not talking about placement. I just want to talk to you." Sahar was so terrified of what reprisals may come her way from her parents and Hamid that she retracted the statements she made earlier, and desperately so. Rao told her that regardless of what she said at that point, she would have to call her parents. Sahar asked to leave the room and meet privately with Anaya. Jeannie Rao had met privately with Tuba when she arrived to pick Sahar up. She reported that Tuba was calm and had an explanation for all of Sahar's allegations. She insisted she knew nothing about Sahar's suicide attempt. She said that Sahar took vows of silence of her own volition, and that corporal punishment was never used as a disciplinary measure in the house. She denied that Hamid ever assaulted her. She said that Sahar went with them to Dubai as a vacation and that staying home for 2 weeks after was her choice because she was tired. Rao also met with Zainab. She repeated all the intel Tuba gave to Rao. She said she didn't understand why Sahar was so upset about wearing a hijab, since it was part of their culture and religion. She also said she didn't understand why Sahar was making so much trouble for the family. Rao called her manager and explained the situation. She was told Sahar should return to her family home, and so she did. But not before Mohammed and Hamid arrived at the school to meet with Rao. Mohammed was intense and infuriated. He demanded information from her. "Who make a report? Who tell these things?" "I'm sorry, sir, I can't tell you the source." "Lies, all lies. Tell me, who make a report?" "Under Quebec law, the source must remain anonymous." "I get lawyer. I talk lawyer. Who make report?" "Sir, even if you get a lawyer, the source of the report must remain confidential." "Family all happy, all lies." The next day, Sahar came to school wearing a hijab. She looked miserable, on the verge of tears. Mrs. Anaya asked the class to be sensitive to the fact that she was now wearing the garment. This did nothing to lift her spirits. Rao met with Sahar again the next day. Sahar was in a much better mood. She was happy and smiling. Rao asked her how things were going at home. Sahar said, "Things are better. I want to stay at home." She said that Hamid hadn't struck her hard. She also said Tuba was now showing sensitivity. To quote Sahar, "She told me, whenever you feel sad or something is hurting you, bothering you, talk to me." Sahar said she was happy her mother was speaking to her again. She said she wasn't being hit anymore and there was no conflict about the hijab. She said she thought maybe she should start wearing it the following school year so that the staff wouldn't question why she was wearing it suddenly. But Tuba insisted she wear it anyway. Rao suspected that Sahar was guarded and perhaps imposing a positive slant on the truth. There was no way to prove she was hiding anything, and Sahar was adamant about remaining in her family's home. So the case was closed. In conclusion, Rao wrote in her report, Sahar appeared to be struggling with the values of her religion and culture and those of her host country. She decided she was not at immediate risk. Rona was never asked about what was going on behind closed doors at home. Speaking of Rona, she began calling a friend who lived in Virginia 2 or 3 times a week to confide in her about the brutal abuse she was suffering in the Shafia home. If only shunning and verbal abuse had been the worst of it. Mohammad was regularly slapping, punching, and kicking her. She would call her friend up crying hysterically, to the point where she was incoherent. She said to her friend, "You cannot see the scars on my body, but if you cut my chest, you will see the scars in my heart." This came as no surprise to her friend, who was involved in charities that benefited Afghani women who suffer from some of the highest rates of domestic violence in the world. To quote medicamonial.org, there are almost no contact points now for survivors of sexualized violence to turn to. The nationwide system of support built up by women's rights activists in the previous 20 years has almost completely collapsed. Safe houses had to close. Staff of organizations offering protection and advice are subject to threats and often have to work undercover. Since 2009, 22 cases of maltreatment of women had been brought under the law on the elimination of violence against women, but this no longer has any validity. The Ministry of Women's Affairs has been abolished. As the Taliban swept through the country, seizing power in 2021, they systematically released prisoners, many of whom had been imprisoned for committing acts of gender-based violence. Rona fled a country hostile to women, and now found herself oppressed by another Afghan man in a more liberal society. She called her friends from a payphone because she was not permitted to use the telephone at home. She had no privacy at all at home. She was given an allowance by Mohammed, which added up to $100 a month, and spent much of it on inexpensive long-distance calling cards. Rona was desperate to move out and start a new life on her own, but she couldn't do it without her identification and immigration documents. Tuba was no kinder to her than Mohammed. She would mock and demean Rona in front of guests. If Rona confronted her about this, Tuba would say something like, "You are not a wife. You are a slave here." Rona's friend told her to go to the police. She said, "Tell the police what Shafia has done to you. They will help you. This isn't Afghanistan. Go to a shelter for women. There are many of them. They will help you and protect you." Rona said, "I can't. Shafia told me I can't go to the police because I don't have any status here, and they will kick me out of Canada and send me back to Afghanistan." The fate of being deported to Afghanistan would be just as bad because she would be viewed as a failed and discarded wife, or a wife who disregarded her duties. She would be labeled Besharaf, meaning shameless. Her friend insisted that Canadian officials would side with her. She said, "The police are there to protect you. Once you tell the police that you are his wife, they will know that he violated the immigration law. He lied to immigration and to the police. He'll be in trouble, not you." Though Rona understood this, she was still too afraid to go to the police. She also cited as her reluctance to leave her concern for the girls, who she still loved as her own children. She wanted to protect them from the abuses they faced. She said, "When he comes home, the girls are all scared." Rona promised her friend on a few occasions that she would leave Shafia, but she would always call her back and tell her she couldn't bring herself to do it. She said she was more afraid of escaping than by the tortures that awaited her in the Shafia homestead. To convey exactly how much she feared this man, she said, "If I go to the police or anything, Shafia will kill me." Mohammad was looking forward to the future as the blueprints for his new house were finalized. His outlook was soon shaded. On April 17th, Zainab ran away from home. She left a note behind saying she would never return. The morning in question, she called Ammar on his cell phone and said, "Ammar, I want to leave my house now." She had told him on more than one occasion that she wanted to flee her family's home. Ammar said, "Why do you want to leave now?" She said, "You know I don't have enough freedom, and my parents are forcing me to get married to a guy I don't want to. I want to go to English school, and they're sending me to a French school. I hardly go to the school because I don't like French, and I don't want to be in a French school. You come and take me now." He said, "Listen, I'm not independent yet. I don't have my own place. If you don't come, I'm going to leave on my own." Ammar was concerned about her safety, but he was unemployed, yet to complete high school, and was therefore unable to support her. He could hear the fear in her voice and could no longer resist his self-imposed duty to protect her. He said, Okay, give me time to borrow a car, and I'll get there as soon as I can." Despite being banished to her room, she found ways to shoot him an occasional email. She promised that she would find a way to rekindle their relationship. Ammar was interested in reconnecting too. In December 2008, she sent him this email with the subject line, "Moi, kisses." "Hey, John, I go to the school my sisters go. I want to see you too. I want to call you one day, but I don't know how. I will try. Soon I will hear your voice. I miss you bad." She told him that Hamed was still hovering over her at school and that she also wore a hijab at night because she took a night school course with him. She told Ammar she found a way to wear the hijab that was more stylish. "Well, I changed the way I wear hijab. It's even more better than before. I take out a bit of my hair and I tie the hijab in at back and put on some big circle earrings. And I will try sending you a pic like that. I am sure you will like it." She wrote about March 14th, 2008, a day she remembered fondly. "Every time I remember that, I cry. The day that they had last been together in the flesh." He was taken to Pakistan with his family because they wanted to arrange a marriage for him. Perhaps because he was male, he had the privilege of refusal, and he declined. The next time he got in touch with Zainab, she told him her parents trusted her again, and she was happier. She was going to school again, though it was a French school this time. They began meeting up in public spaces, though it was stressful having to get together under clandestine circumstances. The taste of forbidden fruit proved to be so much sweeter, as its gratification was so often delayed and denied until every climactic reunion. Ultimately, the memories were longer lasting and therefore worth the trouble. This was shaping up to be a romance in the vein of Romeo and Juliet. April 17th, Ammar picked up Zainab and drove her to a community health center, where a social worker listened to her complaints about the abuse she suffered at home. She was then referred to an organization called Passages, which is a women's shelter. Ammar dropped her off there and told her he would drop by the following day. Rona was not sure how her husband would react to Zainab's disappearance, and she feared for both her children's and her own safety. When Tuba arrived home, she found Zainab's note and flew into a panic. She knew Mohammed would be enraged. She feared for the worst. Hamed called 911 to report that his sister was missing. He told them about her note, about how she left the family to start her own life. They took a description of her and dispatched police officers to their home. When they didn't arrive fast enough for Hamed's liking, he called them a second time. The police showed up hours later, but not because of Hamed's calls. Soon after 4 p.m., Constable Anne-Marie Choquette and another officer showed up at the Shafia apartment. Sahar, Giti, Mina, and Zafar had been walking home from school and were accompanied by the officers. Tuba was at home, as was Hamed, Fareshta, and Rona. She was introduced to the officers as a friend of the family. Mohammed was not at home but was due to return shortly. The officers met the 4 homeward-bound Shafia children on a street corner a few blocks away from the apartment. The police received a 911 call about a group of children who feared for their lives. The children received a call from their mother saying that their sister ran away and that she was afraid. Choquette noted that the children appeared frightened when she encountered them on the street. Once in the apartment, she spoke to first Tuba, then Hamed. They both said they were concerned about Zainab's disappearance. For some reason, Tuba told Choquette that Zainab was 21 years old, even though she was 19, as indicated both by her identification documents and Hamed when he reported her disappearance. Choquette documented all available information about her disappearance. The next step was to question the children, which the officers did separately outside. All 3 of them described an incident that took place a week earlier in which their father and Hamed had lashed out with physical violence. As Zafar told it, he and the girls had returned from a mall. They arrived after 9 p.m., having broken curfew, upon which Mohammed and Hamed attacked them. Zafar said Hamed pulled his hair and struck him in the face. His father also hit him in the face and threatened him. To quote Zafar, he said, "I'll tear you apart." Zafar interpreted this as a death threat and not an idle one. Zafar said his father threatened to kill the younger children on a regular basis. Mina confirmed the mall story. She said her father grabbed her by the shoulder and shook her. Following this, Hamed punched her in the eye. She still bore a scar from the assault and showed it to the officers. Giti said that the same night Hamed punched her in her left eye. Her father pulled her hair and hit her face. Sahar said her father didn't physically abuse her, but Hamed had slapped her on occasion, and she witnessed her siblings suffering physical abuse. All 4 of the children confirmed that Mohammed abused Zainab. They said he pulled her hair, struck her, and he hit the roof when he found out she had a boyfriend. Choquette was told Zainab ran away so she could live freely. Choquette's conclusion, based on all the children's accounts, was that they wanted to escape the Shafia house to escape from the violence. Choquette contacted a supervising sergeant, who placed a call to Youth Protection Services, the standard protocol for such a situation, as mandated by the provincial government. The Centre Jeunesse de Montréal sent an investigator, but there was a major snag. Mohammed arrived home before the investigator showed up. Choquette observed an immediate change in the disposition of the children when Mohammed appeared. They stopped talking as they shivered within the throes of a silent panic. Some of them, as well as Tuba, even began to cry. Choquette noticed how Mohammed didn't have to do anything to intimidate them. All he had to do was shoot them a hateful look. He had so much power over his children that Mina immediately recalled her allegations and even went as far as to say she had lied. Youth protection investigator Norman Olsashuk interviewed the family as a collective in their home. Mina told him that there was no abuse in the home, and she wanted to stay there. The interviews were not recorded. The scar near Mina's eye was not photographed. The children had to translate the investigators' questions for their parents into Dari, so Osadchuk had no way of knowing what they were really being asked. The officers and the investigator left just after 11 p.m. The police had been there for 7 hours. Choquette said the children still looked terrified. As she put it, they were afraid that police would leave, and all the repercussions. The Centre Jeunesse de Montréal filed a report on the case that stated the children, quote, appeared to live under a regime of terror, end quote. Over the weekend, the children who reported the abuse were alone in their home with Mohammad and Hamed. Mina later recalled that the police would only help if one needed protection. To quote Mina, "I didn't see the help. I really didn't see the help." Once the police and child protection workers departed, Mohammad and Hamed took to the streets to track down Zainab. Days later, they found Ammar's phone number. Hamed called him. When Ammar answered, he said, "It's Hamed. Where's Zainab?" Though Hamed's tone was courteous enough, the implications were clear. Ammar muted him and turned to Zainab, who was standing nearby. "Your brother's on the phone. What do you want me to say?" Zainab panicked. She said, "Tell him you're not with me. Just deny it. If you tell them, they're going to keep bugging you, and if they find out what happened, then they're going to come after you. I don't want that." Ammar resumed the call. He said, "I don't know where she is." Hamed wasn't so pleasant this time around. "I'm sure she's with you, Ammar. You were the last guy to have any relationship with her." "Yeah, but that was a year ago." "Where is she?" "Listen, Hamed, I went to my country for a month after we broke up and had no contact with Zainab after that." Ammar switched to speakerphone so that Zainab could hear the entire exchange. Mohammed was in the background, coaching Hamed in Dari. Ammar was familiar with the language enough to get the gist of what he was saying. Mohammed took the phone. He grilled Ammar about Zainab's disappearance. The conversation was half Urdu, half English. Ammar repeated that he knew nothing of Zainab's whereabouts. Mohammed went with a soft sell. "Look, if you know where she is, or if she's with you, and you guys love each other, let us know, and we'll get you guys married. Bring her back home, and we'll get you guys married." Zainab's bullshit detector was blaring. She whispered to Ammar, "Don't believe that." Ammar was adamant that he hadn't seen a Zainab. Mohammed was through playing Mr. Nice Guy. Zainab knew him well enough to recognize it was a facade. Sure enough, the real Mohammad Shafia emerged. "Then you know what? I'm going to have to make a report to the police. So before I make the report, if you know where she is, or if she's with you, tell me." Ammar called his bluff. "You should." A police officer called Ammar on his cell phone. He told him Zainab had been kidnapped. Ammar told her she was staying in a shelter and that she had run away of her own accord. The officer didn't sound overly concerned. It was more like a welfare check than anything else. After all, Zainab was a legal adult, so she was well within her right to leave her parental home, if she wanted to. This was Canada, after all. The officer didn't request to speak to Zainab or even inquire as to her whereabouts. The officer told Ammar to take her to a police station to talk to a detective, if necessary. Ammar asked a friend to drive him and Zainab to a police station. She spoke to a detective who asked her if anyone had forced her to leave her family home. She said she left of her own volition because she wanted more freedom. The officer conveyed that filing her report was a formality because her family had filed a complaint. The fact that she was clearly safe and sound satisfied him. He said, "We know that you're over 18 and you have the right in Canada after you're 18 to do whatever you want. Wherever you want to live, nobody can bother you." April 20th. Detective Sergeant Laurie Ann Lefebvre a seasoned child abuse investigator, and Daniel Gauvin, a worker representing the Centre Jeunesse de Montréal, met with Sahar, Giti, and Mina at their school. They would have spoken with Safar, but he was not at school that day. Lefebvre read both the youth protection and police reports, which were contradictory. They met with Giti first. She asked to be placed in a foster home. Gauvin asked her why. Giti said, "I want to have freedom, like my friends. They can do whatever they want." Gauvin told her that this wasn't a valid reason to remove her from her family. He asked her to reiterate what had happened the previous Friday. She told him about how she and her siblings were late in returning home and were assaulted by Mohammed and Hamed. She asked if there was anything in her family she was afraid of, and she said no. The officer passed the file along to the Youth Protection Agency. Aspects of Giti's behavior indicated she was a troubled girl. She had been absent over 50 times that school year. Her academic performance was subpar. She was caught stealing a muffin in the cafeteria. She had fallen in with a crowd of rebellious girls, and this was meant to impress them. She begged the principal not to call her parents to report the transgression. She wept, so much so it gave way to hysteria. Teachers were vaguely aware that Giti was suffering abuse at home. So a proposed meeting with Mohammed, Tuba, and Giti was postponed. Lefebvre and Gauvin met with Sahar. Her appearance was a far cry from that of Giti, who was attired simply in a t-shirt and jeans. Sahar wore tight jeans, cosmetics, and jewelry. Considering that she came from a conservative Islamic fundamentalist home, this came as a surprise to them. She explained that she made herself up after arriving at school. She told them she wasn't afraid of anybody in her home. She repeated the report about physical abuse that had occurred the previous Friday. She said Hamed was the most physically violent of the authority figures. Mohammed didn't hit them as often, but he did often threaten to take them back to Dubai. She said that, like Zainab, she intended to leave her parents' home as soon as possible when she turned 18. Mina said she didn't feel threatened at home since she usually complied with the rules. She said Hamed was in charge when Hamed was not at home. She said she feared her father's reaction to Zainab's disappearance because she had besmirched her father's honor and it showed disrespect to the family. Lefebvre noted in her report that the only crime committed was when Hamed slapped her. She submitted the report to the Crown, the Canadian equivalent of a district attorney. It was then up to them to decide if further action would be taken. No charges were laid. Gauvin's conclusion was that the children's safety and development were not at risk, and the file was closed. The Shafia children continued to have problems, which were keenly observed by the staff of their school. Giti was frequently absent, most notably during the last week of April. This coincided with the fact that the same week, Daniel Gauvin lectured Mohammed and Hamed about hitting the children. The school staff wanted to help the girls, but they were so frightened by their father and older brother, they would recant their allegations. Giti began to dress in a provocative fashion, emulating Sahar. Sahar told the principal there was violence in her home. Giti said she did not want to go to school. She said she wanted to be removed from the Shafia domicile and placed with another family. Vice Principal Nathalie Laramie summoned the Shafia family to a meeting on April 28th, a week after the children were interviewed by Detective Lefebvre. Mina's attendance was not required because her behavior and grades were deemed acceptable. Safar's academic performance was good overall, but his behavior and refusal to complete homework were considered problematic. Mohammed came across as agitated, anxious, and angry at the meeting. He began in a loud, booming voice, saying, "Policia! Policia!" He told Lefebvre that he did not know what to do. She asked him what he was talking about. The The children acted as translators and said that there was a situation at home and authorities paid a visit to their apartment. Laramie said her concern regarded Sahar and Giti's absenteeism and tardiness. She also mentioned that Quebec law requires minors to attend school until the age of 16. She also was concerned about some of Zafar's behavior. Sahar translated all this into Dari for her parents. Mohammed spoke for everybody in response. Tuba was passive and quiet. When the parents and Zafar left, Laramie asked the children to stay in the office. They told her that Zafar's spit-shined version of the truth was not accurate. Life was highly unpleasant at home when Mohammed was around. To quote Sahar, "Madame Laramie, I did not repeat and translate everything that my father was saying, because there was a lot of lies." 2 days later, Antonella Aeneas spoke to Laramie about Sahar. Sahar told her Zafar threatened to tell their father that she was hanging out with boys and behaving immodestly. He also threatened to tell their father that she was a prostitute. Mohammed's misogynistic rage spread to every branch of the family tree. Sahar was worried her father would beat her if he heard this lie. She was not turning tricks, but it was true that she wore heavy makeup and wore form-fitting clothes. Many of Sahar's friends attributed this change to her friendship with a girl named Samia, who was boy-crazy and a social butterfly. There was another secret Sahar was keeping. She kept it to herself for months because if her father found out, she would be, in her words, a dead woman. She had a boyfriend, a Latino Catholic named Angel Ricardo Romano Sanchez, who went by Ricardo. Sahar had wanted a boyfriend for a long time. She even tagged along with Zainab and Amar on occasion when they went on dates. Both girls were taken with Spanish-speaking boys. Ricardo wooed Sahar with the written word at times when the language barrier made verbal communication difficult. On one such occasion, he wrote, "I love you with all my heart, and I can't love anybody more beautiful than you, because you are like the air that I breathe. Every morning, the sun that warms me up. Every day you are like the moon that lights up my night. How could I deny you my love and my heart? I want only you to be the owner of my heart." Boy crazy and in love with love, such sentiments were difficult for Sahar to resist, and she didn't bother putting up a fight. Sahar said she wanted to run away like Zainab. Ricardo said they could flee to his home country, that being Honduras. He had family there. They could get married. She would write love notes to him in elementary Spanish. Translated to English, she wrote, "I love you, forever, for all life, even after of dead." April 22nd, 2009. Amar typed in the appointment log of his cell phone, "Engaged with my angel." Zainab and Amar were now engaged to be married. If given no alternative, they would marry at City Hall in a civil ceremony. Their families wouldn't be happy with that arrangement, but they couldn't keep them apart. When Zainab told him her father would literally kill her if he found out what she had been up to, he assumed it was hyperbole. Zainab had many rules to which she had to abide in the shelter, but it was still not nearly as draconian as life under her father's roof. The freedom she enjoyed was intoxicating. She spent time with Amar every day. They spent many hours discussing their future together. A police officer met Zainab at her family's home so that she could retrieve her immigration and identification documents. Hamed claimed he didn't know where they were. She knew he was lying, but she didn't press the matter further. Staff at the shelter helped her through the process of obtaining copies of the documents. There was much turmoil in the Shafia household. Anger and anxiety poisoned the atmosphere. Rona eavesdropped on a conversation that left her in a panic. Mohammed was talking to Tuba and Hamed after the children had gone to sleep. He was about to depart on a business trip. He said, "When I return, I will kill Zainab." When he was asked about someone who was dubbed the other one, he said, "I will kill the other one too." Rona feared that she was the other one in question. She had often sided with the children against Mohammed and had been a bone of contention. Zainab became homesick after a week in the shelter. She called her mother to tell her she was safe. Tuba cried throughout the call and begged Zainab to come home. Zainab was glad to hear her voice and talk to her siblings, but she assured Ammar she would not go back to the Shafia homestead. She said she didn't trust her father or Hamed. Zainab and her mother arranged to meet near the shelter. Tuba cried the entire time. She said, "If you guys love each other, I'll get you guys married." Tuba reminded Zainab that Muhammad was leaving the country. Zainab said, "There's no way I'm coming home." Tuba said, "Look, I'll take you and your sisters and we'll get a different apartment. We'll live together, get you married to Ammar, and then you move out." "No." Tuba turned to Ammar. She said, "I'll get you guys married. Tell her to come back home." Ammar said, "Even if I tell her, in the end, it's her decision. I can't force her to do things. I can give her my advice, but if she doesn't want to listen, she doesn't want to listen." Zainab didn't trust her father or her mother. She returned to the shelter. Tuba would continue to call Zainab at the shelter. She gave her the same rap about how she would have them married and begged her to return home. Ammar said he thought she was sincere. There was something about all the waterworks that convinced him she truly loved her daughter and wanted to do the right thing by her. Eventually, all this wore Zainab down. She agreed to return to the house. She believed that Tuba would really marry her to Ammar. She returned on May 1st, one day after Muhammad departed for the trip. Latif Hederi received a call from Muhammad. The families were friendly, but relations between Latif and Muhammad were still icy after Muhammad's family were no-shows at his daughter's wedding. Muhammad said to Latif, "Latif, do you know that Zainab has caused a problem for us? She wants to dishonor me. She is a whore. She is a dirty curse to me. She is a dirty woman." Latif found these sentiments shocking. He had never heard a father speak about his daughter in such terms and felt it was wrong to do so. Shafia went on, "She is a prostitute." Latif was so shocked he didn't know what to say. Shafia said, "Tuba will come and talk to you. In the past, you asked for my daughter's hand, and she didn't agree then. I don't know why she went to this Pakistani guy. Maybe she'll trust you. Just talk to her." Essentially, Shafia was hoping Latif would help him to rehabilitate his reputation. Shafia shared with him his solution for the problem. "For this dirty girl, just call a mullah and give her hand to that Pakistani guy to get her out of the house." Latif promised to talk to Zainab. While he was still talking to Shafia, Tuba, Mina, and Foreshta arrived at his house. Tuba talked to Muhammad briefly, and they hung up. Tuba was crying. She said, "What should I do? Why did this happen? Why did this day come to me?" "My sweet niece, if you make this opportunity, I'll talk to the girl to find out what her problem is." Tuba left and returned in 15 minutes with Zainab. They went to a McDonald's, where Zainab and Latif spoke privately. He said, "Why are you doing this? What's the reason that you are marrying this Pakistani boy?" Zainab began to cry. Latif said, "We Asians have a good culture, and we have to preserve our culture and the way that children are raised." Zainab continued to cry. She didn't say anything. Latif said, "If you agree, and if my son Hussein agrees, and if he's interested, we can ask for your hand. If you agree, We can ask for your hand in marriage to my son because you are a very good girl, and it's better if you accept my son." Zainab didn't break her silence. Tuba drove her home. The next day, Tuba asked Latif if he could help arrange the marriage of Zainab and Ammar. She would arrange for the celebration, but she asked him to find a mullah since they didn't attend a mosque. A mullah presides over the nikah, which is an Islamic wedding ceremony. Zainab conveyed to Ammar her optimism that her family would accept him and facilitate their wedding. Hamed gave her a cell phone for returning to the family. Giti was not entertaining fantasies about the freedom and romance her older sister enjoyed so much. She hoped Sahar would take her with her once she left the Shafia home, but she soon learned she could not because Giti was only 13 years old and Sahar was not registered as her legal guardian. Mohammed was also frustrated by how westernized Rona had become. She no longer wore a hijab and painted her nails. His feelings of betrayal mounted. Zainab told her uncle Jawed that she hated her father and intended to tell authorities about how her siblings were treated so that they could be protected. Her uncle called Mohammed while he was in Dubai. Her uncle encouraged him to allow the marriage to Ammar. Mohammed had wanted her to marry one of his nephews or cousin. He said, "The girl is a whore. This disobedient girl doesn't listen to us. She has chosen a Pakistani. If they get married tomorrow, after one day, she will be on the streets begging because this Pakistani guy has no life, no money, no house." He went on to say that she had been doing things like visiting libraries, using computers and the internet, and talking to boys. He was deeply offended by these activities that were antithetical to his vision of feminine modesty. Jawed lived in Sweden. Mohammed had asked him to invite Tuba and Zainab to his home. Fereshta would also go. Mohammed laid out his plans for the girls after their arrival. There is water there, everywhere. When they come there, you call me, and I'll come there too. We'll go to the side of the river and do picnic. We'll do kebab, and after that, we'll push this girl into the water so she can get drowned. Jawed found this proposal horrifying. Shafia went on, "I can do this in Dubai. It's easy. That's why she doesn't come here. But it's easier in Sweden, and nobody would suspect me if it happens in Sweden." Jawed was so repulsed by this, he hung up without saying another word. He called his brother Jawad, who lived in Montreal, a few days later. He told him about Shafia's plan to kill his daughters, and that it appeared to be no idle threat. He asked Jawad to keep abreast of the latest developments in the family's lives. He said he planned to take them to another country to kill them. He also requested that he notify Tuba about Muhammad's plans. Jawed got a hold of Tuba a few days later and notified her of Muhammad's plans to kill their daughters. He told her to call the police if Muhammad declared his intentions to take the family on a trip. Tuba thanked him for the warning, but did not inquire for more details. Meanwhile, Zainab was in much better spirits thanks to the freedoms she now enjoyed. She could leave the house any time she wanted, including to see Ammar. They went on dates. She would return at home at 10 p.m. or later. Hamed didn't beat her or wield his authority nearly as much. The family was planning the wedding in earnest. Hamed wasn't through with abusing his sister. This time around, he did his utmost to prevent the wedding from proceeding. He lied to Ammar, telling him that Zainab would likely call off the wedding because of a time when she backed out of an engagement with a relative Mohammed fixed her up with. Ammar didn't fall for this. Hamed also told Zainab that Ammar had told him that he didn't want to marry her. Being supportive for once, Zafar told Ammar that Hamed was just being conniving. Ammar had reached out to Zafar and bonded with him. Zafar regarded him as an older brother of sorts. Zafar said to Ammar one day, "You seem like a good guy, and my sister is happy. It would be best if you guys just get away from here." Zafar wasn't nearly as supportive of Sahar's relationship with Ricardo. He spotted them together in a cafe. He confronted Ricardo about it. Ricardo denied that they were an item. He said they were just friends. Samia was with them, and he claimed she was his girlfriend. Samia embraced and kissed Ricardo to protect her friend. May 18th, Ammar drove Zainab and Hamed to the home of Latif Hideri and his son Reza. From there, they all commuted to the Azara Mosque. Sheikh Ali Faleh Al-Tay awaited them there, where he would perform the nikah in his office. He read these verses from the Quran. "And of his signs is that he created for you from yourselves mates that you will find tranquility in them, and he placed between you affection and mercy. Indeed, in that ark signs for people who give thought." He asked each one of them 3 times if they accepted the other as their spouse. They both obliged without hesitation. And that concluded the nikah. After they signed the marriage certificates, Hamed seized them. He said he would register them with the government. He never did. Zainab stayed at Latif's house at the request of Tuba because she was afraid Hamed would beat her, and her wedding reception was soon to take place. The reception was not well attended by the Shafia family. Zainab's siblings were forbidden to attend. Not only was Muhammad not present, but he didn't even call her to offer his congratulations. It was mostly attended by extended family. None of Ammar's relatives attended the wedding because they felt it was rash of him to marry when he was so young and had not yet pursued a post-secondary education. Tuba was outraged by this. Some of her relatives had been critical of this. This was another thing that the Shafias considered to be a blemish on their family's reputation. Tuba was crying about this, and other relatives were quick to voice their displeasures. It became more than Zainab could bear, and she felt guilty. She told Tuba she would back out of the marriage if it would make her feel better. Zainab approached Ammar. She was in a remorseful frame of mind. She said, "I can't do this. This can't happen." "Why? What happened?" "My family's not going to accept this, and I can't ruin my family's reputation." Ammar was disheartened. They had overcome so many obstacles to be together, and now they were being torn apart again. Zainab's explanation was far more macabre than the simple fact that the marriage might besmirch the family's reputation. She said to him, "Hamed said, if I leave with you, he's going to kill everyone here, and then he's going to kill himself. He's not going to do it. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I don't want anybody to get hurt. He's not going to do it, but it's still your choice whether you want to come with me." Ammar was heartbroken. He told her he loved her and left. Afterwards, Tuba and the immediate family went to the home of Latif Hideri. They were all in pain. When Latif's son Hussein came in, Tuba said to him, "You're a dishonorable person. You should have started a relationship with Zainab before she became involved with a Pakistani boy." Latif made an attempt to smooth things over by reiterating that Hussein was an ideal mate for Zainab since they were both Afghani. The fact that they were cousins was also a selling point. Hussein was open to the idea but said he wanted to meet with Zainab first to clear up some matters before committing to the marriage. The next day, Hussein met alone with Zainab in the Shafia home. He asked her why she wanted to marry Ammar. She said she was chafing against the many restrictions her father imposed upon her. She wanted to leave and shame her father at the same time. She wanted to get revenge. Hussein became convinced that Zainab didn't love Ammar. Hussein suggested to Zainab that they get to know each other better. On May 24th, just 4 days later, Hussein revealed his feelings to Zainab in a text message that went, "If I tell you that I am madly in love with you from first that I saw you, do you believe me?" Latif called Mohammed, who was still away on business. He asked him for Zainab's hand in marriage for Hussein. Mohammed came across as angry, though he conceded that their marriage could be a good thing. He insisted upon overseeing the arrangements. He said, "Don't let that girl have any contact with your son until I come, and then we'll figure this out." Latif told Mohammed that part of his motivation was to help Shafia's family restore their honor. Shafia was still vexed over Zainab's relationship with Ammar. He felt she had brought tremendous shame upon him. He said, "She is a dishonorable person. If this thing happened and I was there, I would have killed her. I wouldn't let her live." Latif tried to put Shafia in a more rational frame of mind. He said, "Why do you want to do that? She's your daughter. She's your child. Children can make mistakes." Latif insisted that the matter was resolved and people would forget about it. His honor was not compromised. Latif still couldn't get past the fact that Shafia wanted to murder his own child. He said, "God gave you such good children. Why are you talking like this? Leave it alone." Shafia came across as arrogant and vindictive. Shafia was not swayed by Latif's argument. He said, "I'm not happy, and she didn't do a good thing. If I would have been there, I would have killed her." Latif met with Tuba to discuss Shafia's talk of killing Zainab. He also wanted to know why the family hadn't completely annulled her marriage to Ammar. He wasn't yet aware that the marriage was not legal. The mullah called Ammar back and had him say the word divorce 3 times to cancel the marriage. Zainab had yet to do the same. Latif wanted to speak to Tuba alone because he suspected Hamed was a spy feeding information to his father. When they got together, Tuba said they were too busy to annul the marriage. Hamed was with her. Latif told her and Hamed about the conversation he had with Mohammed when the latter disclosed his intention to kill Zainab. Latif was alarmed and said, "He is a very serious and emotional person. I am afraid he will come here and make a problem." Latif urged Hamed to talk it over with his father. He said, "You are a young man. We old people are very emotional. If God unwilling that your father comes here, but how can I disrespect my father?" "I didn't tell you to disrespect him, but you have to be careful. It is not Afghanistan. It is Canada. It is a different environment. The girls are going to school, and they see their classmates, and they learn from them. Make your father aware of this, and convince him to allow his daughters to make their own decisions." "But what should I do? Fight my father?" "No, you must respect your father, but you must understand the conditions in this country." He said Muhammad was treating his daughters like they were political prisoners, and that it was antithetical to the customs of Canadian society as they pertain to the treatment of women. Latif said, "When these girls are under these pressures, one day it will implode." He predicted the same thing would happen with Shafia's other daughters. An hour after Latif returned home, he received a call from Muhammad. He was furious. He said, "Why did you tell Tuba and Hamed that I'm very emotional and might do something? I thought you were a man, a real man. I told you my secret, and you say this to other people?" "Shafia, I didn't say this out of hypocrisy. I didn't want you to come here and something happens, you beat someone, and then a problem will be created for you. Whatever I did it because of your children. They love me." Shafia said, "If this girl runs away, if she learns that I'm coming, do you know what will happen?" Latif said he believed Zainab would not run away. Shafia said, "Why do you think like this? If I had come there and killed this girl, would you have informed the government?" "Shafia, God unwilling that something like this will happen. I'm a Muslim, and as long as I'm alive, I would not be a partner in your crime with you. I will be the first one to call the police. Hussein and Zainab got together for a date in late May. Tuba told Hussein to make sure to bring her home before Hamed returned from school. Failing to do so would mean Hamed would call Muhammad and report the transgression, and naturally, Zainab would be to blame. Days later, Muhammad called from Dubai to speak to Zainab. He told her he wanted her to marry her cousin in Afghanistan. She said she was happy to marry Hussein instead. He told her not to meet with him until they were formally engaged. He said the rites involved in the engagement would be carried out soon after his return to Canada. Zainab ignored her father's edict and not only contacted Hussein regularly, but got together with him for more dates. She said to him one day, "I don't care if Hamed or my dad finds out." Zainab didn't forget about Ammar. She secretly called him. She told him her father had forgiven her. She said she was planning on greeting him at the airport when he arrived home in June. She would apologize for running away and for bringing shame upon the family. She said she thought things were improving at home. She said, "I'm allowed to go out now. They're telling me I can go to the school that I want. I want to finish my education, and then in the future, I'll think about getting married, if I want to." Ammar told her he was happy for her. It was certainly easy for a family to blackmail a Muslim girl. He was still deeply hurt that she left him. She didn't mention her relationship with Hussein. Speaking out of duty, Zainab said, "The best thing for both of us is to move on. We weren't meant to be together." May 30th. Sahar went into class on a Saturday for some tutoring to improve her performance in math. Soon into the class, she became unconscious and fell to the floor. Some of her classmates told the teacher that she was starving herself to lose weight. She had been looking very gaunt the previous few months. An ambulance was called, and the teacher, Fathia Boualia, called the Shafia household. Nobody answered, so she got in her car and followed the ambulance to the hospital. At the hospital, Geeti called after several attempts to reach somebody. Boualia told her that Sahar was in hospital and a parent was needed there because her health card had expired. Hours passed, and none of the Shafias showed up at the hospital. At 3 p.m., doctors said she could leave. The doctors couldn't find anything wrong with her, though she was still frail and unsteady. Boualia still could not reach Sahar's parents. Because she was a minor, she could not be discharged by herself, so Boualia was asked to drive her home. She was reluctant at first, as it is considered inappropriate for a teacher to do so, but she did. In the car, Sahar said, "Can I go with you to your home? I can't host a student at my home like that." Sahar told her about the many restrictions her parents placed on her. She told her she was afraid of her father and Hamed. She had told her these things before. At one point, she brought up the subject of Boualia's 18-year-old daughter. She said, "I would really like to know your daughter as a Muslim woman." "No, I'm your teacher. I have to keep my distance. I can't take you home like that." Sahar suggested being dropped off at a friend's home. Boualia spoke with a friend's grandmother, who explained that Sahar had spent time there before. May 31st. Hamed flew to Dubai to join his father. Nobody knows why he would fly such a long distance for a 2-week stay at a time when his family was going through so much turmoil. He took his laptop with him. A text file listed the phone number of a Montreal-based gynecologist and the words antifreeze, ethylene glycol. Another text file contained the website of an organization called Dante Sports. The business boasted that it was, quote, the oldest and most experienced gun shop in Greater Montreal, close quote. With Hamed absent, Zainab took the risk of arranging a meeting with Amar. They exchanged emails regularly. He invited her to watch him play hockey, but she said she wouldn't be able to do so without her family finding out. In one email she sent to him, it was clear that her feelings for him were as strong as ever. It was my dream to marry you, and I did it once, so now even one day if something happens to us, like dead, I won't die without my dream being fulfilled. I love you much. You thanks for loving me. June 3rd, Hamed began using the internet in Dubai. Some of his Google searches. Montreal jail. Can a prisoner have control over his real estate? Can prisoners have rights to sell his real estate? Sahar confided in her teacher Antonella Anea that her father was soon to return home, and she was scared. When her teacher asked her why, she said, because my brother Safar will tell my father that I am a whore. Anea was alarmed and contacted youth protection authorities. It had been 7 weeks since they had last had contact with the Shafia clan. Anea passed on Sahar's concerns. It was the third time in the prior 14 months that a complaint made by Sahar was submitted. Anea was told there were no workers who could take the case because Sahar was soon to turn 18. Anea was told to refer Sahar to shelters, though she was not provided with any contact information for shelters. Sahar said she would stay at a friend's home for the weekend. Her father did not know where her friend lived. Anea arranged for Sahar to meet with a school social worker on Monday. Arrangements were made so Sahar could enter the school from an alternative entrance, out of concern that her family would show up. Monday, June 8th. Sahar told school authorities that she was afraid her father would beat her. She told social worker Stephanie Benjamin quite a different story. She said she wasn't afraid anymore. Her parents had separated and were living in different homes. She was offering a lie and recanting. The social worker asked Sahar why she feared being beaten. Sahar said it had happened before. Benjamin asked her how she got along with her family. She said her relationship with her older brother was strained as he was deputized into a paternal role in Mohammed's absence and was all too happy to be the enforcer, restricting Sahar's activities. She said she also had a contentious relationship with her younger sister Mina. She said she was closest to her mother and Giti. Benjamin noted that Sahar was constantly smiling throughout the encounter. She wondered if it was symptomatic of a facade. Sahar said she wanted to get a job so that she could save up enough money to move out of her family's home once she turned 18. Her dream was to become a gynecologist because of the poor medical outcomes of women in Afghanistan. Benjamin gave her some resources on how to write a resume, cover letter, and referrals to agencies that could help her find employment. The next time they met, the smile did not appear. Sahar didn't speak much either. She repeated the same litany about how she wanted to save up money to move out on her own. Zainab and Amar met up for their final goodbye. Amar said to her, "No matter what happens, wherever you live, wherever I live, you always will be in my heart. If ever you need anything, you always can call me, and I'm always there for you, whether it's your good times or bad times." They were both in tears. Meanwhile, Hussein had been sending her text messages constantly, declaring his love for her. She felt overwhelmed by them. She still didn't tell Amar about Hussein. And she didn't tell Hussein or any of her relatives that she had lost her virginity to Amar. Mohammed and Hamed arrived home. Zainab apologized to Mohammed for her shameful behavior. She was terrified of what his reaction would be. She didn't expect that he would kiss her on the forehead and say that what she did was not good, but he wasn't angry. He said, "Be careful in future. Don't do stupidity." Hamed was still Googling up a storm after returning to Canada. This time he was running searches on places that were relatively close to Montreal, such as mountains, rivers, other bodies of water, bridges, and islands. He expanded his search beyond the greater Montreal area and outside Quebec. He zeroed in on a location in the northwestern end of the city of Kingston, Ontario. It was an isolated spot called Kingston Mills. June 16th, 1:16 a.m. The Google searches took on a more sinister tone. One went, "Facts, documentaries on murders." There were also searches on boat rental companies in Montreal. There were searches for metal boxes, huge boxes, treasure boxes in Montreal. The Shafia family did not have a history with boating or even swimming. He continued to do research on isolated rural locations featuring bodies of water. Zainab continued to disobey Mohammed's orders not to get together with Hussein before they were formally engaged. She said Hamed knew about it, but she didn't care. A few days after Mohammed and Hamed returned to Canada, Zainab's cell phone service was canceled. Now she had no other link to the outside world. Hamed Googled the phrase, "where to commit a murder." June 21st, Zainab told Hussein that her entire family, all 10 of them, were going on a vacation to Niagara Falls after the end of the school year. Zainab didn't want to go, but she knew her parents and Hamed wouldn't allow her to stay behind alone. She said she didn't know how long they would be gone, but the formal engagement would proceed once they returned. June 22nd, Mohammed bought a third vehicle. He said initially that it was for his daughter to drive, though he also intended for it to be driven on the vacation. They had a minivan, but it wasn't big enough for 10 people. As for the unnamed daughter in question, only Mohammed, Tuba, and Hamed had driver's licenses. It was a used Nissan Sentra that could seat a maximum of 5 people, though with a tight fit. It was a strange choice, considering Mohammed's announcement that the family would proceed from Niagara Falls to Vancouver. Sahara and Ricardo were still an item. They got together to enjoy their mutual infatuation. Knowing they would have to suffer through an entire week apart, he wrote her a poem to tide her over emotionally. "The only thing I would wish in this world is to have you every day of my life. The world is very large, and it's so large that one day I could even lose you. But in this world, as large as it is, there's a small heart, and you can never get lost in that heart, because it's only for you, my love." Latif Hadari was shopping at a produce market when he ran into the Shafias. They told him about their pending trip to Niagara Falls. They said they were purchasing food for the trip to Niagara Falls and then to Vancouver. Latif said he was surprised, having heard of the trip at that juncture. He said that had he been informed before, he likely would have suggested that his family join them. Latif said to Tuba, "You have to bring Zainab back safe and sound." Latif would report later that Tuba appeared agitated and anxious to end the conversation and be out of Latif's orbit. She kept looking around her. When Mohammed left the store, Tuba, Rona, and the children returned to the family vehicle. Hidari asked Shafia why he hadn't called him since returning to Canada. He must have forgotten Shafia's hostility during their last phone call. Shafia said he was busy with the children and planning their vacation. He grabbed Latif's hands in a traditional Afghani greeting. He said, You said that a girl is the asset or property of other people. He was referring to the conversation they had at Jawad's house with Hamid and Tuba while Shafia was away. Latif was discussing the traditional belief that a daughter is the property of her future husband and not her family. Shafia squeezed Latif's hands beyond the point where it was comfortable. He seemed to be sending a message. Just watch what happens now. With that, Mohammed departed with his family. Latif was shaken. June 23rd. A neighbor of the Shafias was told by one of them that they were departing for a 12-day vacation that day. Despite what Mohammed told the family about going to Niagara Falls, he did not drive northwest along the Trans-Canada Highway, the surest route to reach that destination. Instead, they drove into an isolated area of Quebec's wilderness. About 12 hours after the two-car caravan departed from Montreal, they were in Grand Remous at 2 a.m. The family didn't stay in this location. They drove back 35 kilometers east, back in the direction from which they had just driven, all the way back to Mont Laurier, where they had rented motel rooms for the night. June 24th. It was the next day, and they were driving along a winding rural highway. They crossed the provincial border at Hull, Quebec, just after 6 p.m. and continued southward until they reached Highway 401, the expressway they would take to Niagara Falls. Just after 6 p.m., Zainab borrowed Sahar's cell phone. She said she had been unable to contact Amar the day before. She sent this message: Salam. How are you? Everyone really missing you. The thing is, I couldn't call you last night in 2 days because they were planning to go to Vancouver, and they were halfway and changed their mind, and now we are on our way back to Toronto. She said that her father's anger resurfaced after he found out that she had gone to a store to purchase a phone card with Rona. Mohammed was angry because he believed she was talking to Hussein. He said to her, "If I find out you talk with Hussein before the engagement, no one can be worse than me." She lied and said she bought the card to call girlfriend. He didn't believe her. Zainab told Hussein how upset she was by Mohammed's tantrums. She texted, "He got really mad at me and I didn't eat the whole day and I was crying whole time, and he came up to me and kissed me and said, 'Nakro Neko.' Nakro Neko is Dari for don't overreact." Hussein was concerned about Mohammed's plans. He wondered if their vacation plans were really just a ploy to get them away so that he could whisk them back to the old country. June 25th. The convoy arrived in Niagara Falls at 2 a.m. They booked rooms at the Days Inn. They were split up into two groups. Zainab, Giti, Sahar, and Rona stayed in one room, and the other 6 were in the second room. June 27th. Zainab had been taking provocative selfies, wearing nothing but her undergarments. Once, while she and Amar were at a mall, a modeling agent gave her his business card and told her she had what it takes to succeed in that business. She was tremendously flattered and enjoyed taking the selfie, admiring her form in the mirror, reassured that she had the goods. She said she hadn't been the target of any more of Mohammed's outbursts because he wasn't around much of the time. Mohammed and Hamed departed in the Centra at 8:30 that morning. They still hadn't returned. June 28th. Sahar received another love poem from Ricardo. If I had the moon, the sun, the sky, or the sea, or the stars, at this moment, I would give you all of it to you, my love. The only thing at this moment that I have is the love in my heart, and many kisses to give you, forever, my love. June 29th. Zainab talked to Hussein twice around noon and then again close to 6. She said the entire family was planning to go somewhere at 6 p.m., possibly to a restaurant. 6:45 p.m. The family checked out of the hotel. 90 minutes later, the convoy was driving back toward Toronto. The 12-day vacation was cut down by 6 days. They stopped for a few hours to have a closer look at the city. After entering Quebec, Mohammed announced that the family would check into a hotel since everybody was tired. Sahar texted to Ricardo that she thought the decision to divide everybody into these separate vehicles was strange, though she didn't elaborate on why. It was significant since the family members who had vexed Mohammed the most, Zainab, Giti, Sahar, Rona, were placed with Tuba. Sahar's last contact over her phone was with her friend Samia. The last missive was sent at 11:31 p.m. Throughout the subsequent 2 hours, Samia tried to contact Sahar, but she did not answer her calls and texts. Soon, Sahar's phone could not send or receive any transmissions. A boy named Dylan awoke with a dry throat in the middle of the night. He lived near Kingston Mills. He went downstairs to get a glass of water. He checked the time on a digital clock, 1:40 a.m. He walked out to the porch with his glass of water. As he drank, he heard a strange noise, certainly unusual for that area at that hour. It was a combination splash and crash, followed by a beeping sound. The beep sounded like a car's horn. It sounded like the car horn was cut short by something. He scrutinized the source of these sounds more closely. The only light around the vicinity came from 2 headlights. There were no sounds of human anguish. There were no other signs that some kind of tragedy occurred. Dylan went back to bed. That same night, a proprietor and manager of a motel welcomed 2 men who registered for rooms. They said they were representing a group of 6. They booked 2 rooms. The man taking the lead in terms of signing the paperwork identified as Mohammad Shafia. The proprietor was puzzled when the men got into their SUV and drove away, rather than turn in for the night. Hussein was annoyed that Zainab hadn't returned his calls since June 29th. Eventually, frustration turned to worry. Latif also became concerned. Latif visited Jawad at his workplace. Jawad told him about a phone call he received from Hamed. Hamed told him there was a terrible accident and 4 members of the family were dead. Latif was horrified, though on some level he found it difficult to believe the explanation given by the surviving Shafias. After listening to Mohammed talking about killing Zainab, it was difficult for Latif to be convinced that the fatalities were accidental. After the trip was over, some of Zainab's friends called the landline of the Shafia residence. They were told she wasn't home, and they hung up without saying another word. It was her friend Zubaydah who had Hussein's number. She called him and he relayed to her the unfortunate news that Zainab, Sahar, Giti, and Rona were dead. He advised her not to accept it as an accident, which the remaining Shafias would have had her believe. He said, "You won't believe it. It's a murder mystery." The 2 vehicles that had been used for the Shafia vacation ended up at different spots on the day of the 4 deaths. The SUV ran into a pole in a parking lot In Montreal, the Lexus had settled underwater in Kingston Mills. June 30th, 7:55 a.m. Hamed called 911 on his cell phone. He reported the accident with the SUV. The Sentra had not yet been discovered. Oddly, there was plenty of space in the parking lot for the SUV. An attending officer wondered if he was an employee and could only park in that area. She was surprised to find out he was not employed there. She also found his disposition surprising. He was very calm for a man who had just damaged his vehicle. He said he called her for insurance purposes. 2 hours after this incident, Kingston police officer Constable Brent White received a computer dispatch in his patrol car. It advised of a car that had been submerged in the Kingston Mills. It was a low-priority message. Usually, this kind of situation was the result of joyriders who had stolen a car and sent it rolling into the mills. It was a waste of an officer's time that rarely resulted in arrests or anything more significant than insurance claims. White responded that he would have a look. When White arrived, he was informed by a bridge worker that a car had been placed in the water and that it was preventing staff from moving boats through. The bridge worker said to White, "I was here until about 8 last night, and there was nothing in the water when I left." The swing arm gate that gave or denied access to the east side of the property was locked overnight. The workers said it was always locked at night. White concluded that there was no way this happened by accident. The car would have had to be steered along a narrow, elevated stone ledge and gone through some other elaborate maneuvers to make this plunge. Though he was unsure about whether this was a crime scene, White followed protocol and ordered an underwater search and recovery unit. It just so happened that a diver named John Moore was present at the Kingston Mills at the time. He was with the Canadian Navy and was vacationing at the spot. Meanwhile, White found some tire tracks leading up to the lip that overlooked the water. John Moore surfaced after looking at the car. He said to White, "There's at least 2 females in there, maybe more." White told him not to touch anything and get out of the water ASAP. Before long, senior officers arrived and the area was cordoned off to pedestrian traffic. Moore got the license plate number for White. The plate number was 699ZCD. He ran a check on it. The car was registered to one Mohammad Shafia, who resided in Montreal. Mohammed, Tuba, and Hamed booked a second night for their motel room. Mohammed was uptight and paranoid, constantly opening and closing the curtains. Later that day, Hamed, Mohammed, and Tuba drove to a Kingston police station. Hamed informed a civilian employee working the desk that they wanted to file a report because his 2 sisters and a Nissan Sentra were missing. The counter staff reported this to Sergeant Rick Hull, who told her to ask them more questions without giving away that the police had discovered the Sentra at Kingston Mills. She summoned all 3 to the counter. Being more fluent of the 3 of them in English, Hamed said, "My 3 sisters and a woman are missing." Mohammed interjected. Hamed turned back to the counter and said the woman was his father's cousin and was about 50 years old. He was only able to provide the first 3 letters of the license plate. He said the car was black. The family were staying in a motel on Highway 15 and woke up that day to find that the other car was gone. The counter worker asked them to take a seat as she submitted the information to her superiors. They were to be interviewed by Detective Constable Geoff Dempster, who was the best officer on staff when it came to interviewing suspects with a 90% success rate. Hamed told him his family were from Afghanistan and that his father neither spoke nor understood English. He said his mother understood English but could not speak it. He said their first language was Farsi, a variant of Persian. Dempster had Hamed tell his parents, in their language, that 4 women were found in the car that sank in Kingston Mills, and that they had reason to believe they were members of the Shafia clan. Mohammed and Tuba began to cry. Hamed got choked up. Dempster wanted to bring in an interpreter because he wanted to interview them individually. Meanwhile, some information came in from the crime scene. There were no signs of violence, like bullet shells or wounds. The case was being treated as a sudden death incident until the coroner could examine the bodies to determine a cause of death. Mohammed was brought in an interview room where he was accompanied by Detective Brian Pete and an interpreter. He spotted a video camera but was not aware of a hidden microphone. He started by asking Shafia the name of the motel he and his family stayed in during their time in Kingston. Hamed didn't remember the name, but he retrieved the receipt from their SUV while accompanied by Pete. The name was Kingston Motel East, and the order was for 2 rooms. Officers descended upon the motel and investigated it thoroughly. 3:43 p.m. Brian Pete's interview of Mohammad Shafia began. Shafia was remarkably calm for a man who had just been informed that 3 members of his family had been found dead. Pete opened with, "So, what I am going to ask you to do is to tell me as much as you can. About this, you can start anywhere you want, start at the beginning, and if you can, give me as much detail as possible." Shafia said he took his family to Niagara Falls because they had done so the previous year and enjoyed the trip. He said his daughter Zainab was anxious to return to Montreal to become officially engaged to her future husband. He said he returned to Canada on June 13th after a business trip in Dubai. He said he was selling off investments and moving assets to Canada. He said, "In Laval, I have bought a shopping center. In Laval, for $2 million. I have paid for it." Dempster rerouted the conversation back to the Niagara Falls trip. Shafia said that after 5 nights, they headed home, but because it was such a long distance, they could not get there in 1 night. Dempster asked about the girl who was about to marry. Shafia said, "She wanted to get engaged. It wasn't for sure yet. She liked a boy and wanted to get engaged to him. And that too was a tribal relationship. And it wasn't confirmed for sure. We were talking between ourselves. It wasn't 100%. We were happy. The boy was a nice boy. We were happy, but he was of her liking. If he wasn't, then nothing. It's a rule between Muslims that they first come, and if the girl is accepting, then they will ask and give. They had not yet come. There were no such things going on. We were talking between ourselves." Dempster asked for more details about the trip. Shafia said 10 people traveled in 2 vehicles. He said one was a Toyota Land Cruiser and the other a Nissan. Later he corrected himself and said the Toyota was a Lexus. He mentioned that only he, Tuba, and Hamed had driver's licenses, but that a couple of his other children would take the cars out when they were not home. Getting back into the trip, Shafia said they passed through downtown Toronto to have a closer look at the interior of the city, but they did not stop. They made a stop to go to the washroom and have refreshments an hour west of Kingston. He said that when the convoy arrived at the motel, the car driven by Tuba and its passengers stayed in room 18, while everybody else stayed in 19. He didn't mention why they hadn't split up into groups of 5. Soon after they arrived, Hamid announced he was driving to Montreal by himself. The rest of the family was to remain in Kingston. Dempster said, "Hamid? Yeah, I'm going to Montreal." "Last night?" "Yeah." This struck Dempster as odd, considering that Shafia told him everybody was exhausted after hours of driving. Hamid's presence wasn't expected in Montreal. Why would he suddenly drive that far, starting at 2 a.m.? Dempster kept digging regarding this point. Shafia said he was going alone because he had work, and we didn't want to go. We wanted to stay for 2 or 3 nights, right? Dempster didn't press any further on this detail. His next question involved what the rest of the family did that night. Shafia said, "Then I woke up in the morning. I did what I say, that the car is not there because I don't know the language. I went to make a call via the phone and was told that the phone could not make a call to Montreal, so I bought a card." He said he called Sahar's cell phone but got no answer. He said, "Then I called Hamid at around 7:30 a.m. and I told Hamid, it's not here and the car is not here. Do something and return back here. I don't know what happened. We should go to the police and make a report to find out where they are." It struck Dempster as odd that Mohammed, who claimed to be so distraught about his missing family members, didn't get Hamid to call police in Kingston. He stepped out for a moment to confer with Detective Pete, who was watching the interview on a video feed. Pete said to Dempster, "Did he just tell you that Hamid drove back to Montreal in the Lexus? Because I just went out to the parking lot with Hamid, and they're driving a Pontiac minivan." Dempster certainly thought this was a notable detail, but he wasn't aware of just how significant it was. He wasn't aware that, amid the evidence-gathering effort that was underway at Kingston Mills, shards of plastic that appeared to have been part of a vehicle were being collected. When Dempster returned to the interview room, Shafia clarified that the SUV was a Lexus and not a Land Cruiser. Dempster spotted an important opportunity. He said, "Is that what Hamid took back to Montreal?" "Yeah." Dempster asked him if the Pontiac he owned was a car. Shafia said it was a large vehicle like the Lexus. Dempster asked Shafia to recount the entire trip from Niagara Falls to Kingston once again. Dempster delivered the question that would prove to be pivotal above all others. What car did Hamid drive back from Montreal today? Shafia said Hamid drove the Pontiac minivan. Dempster said, "Why not the Toyota Lexus?" "I don't know." "Did he say why?" "No." Dempster found it odd that Hamid would trade a luxury SUV for a comparably bland minivan without explaining it to Shafia or being questioned about the decision by him. Detective Steve Koopman canvassed the neighborhood adjacent to the Kingston Mills. At one home on Dalen Avenue, he met a boy named, drumroll, Dylan. Dylan told him about the ruckus he heard the night the women went missing. This account seemed to explain why there were fragments of plastic from an automobile at the scene. Dylan did recall seeing headlights. Another officer assembled and measured the fragments of plastic, unaware that they would form pieces of a veritable jigsaw puzzle. The Ontario Provincial Police's Underwater Search and Recovery Unit arrived at Kingston Mills. Constable Glenn Newell planned for 2 dives. The first was done for the purpose of documenting the scene on video. The bodies were to be removed during the second dive. The water was so shallow it was impossible for the car to go undetected. It was a sunny day, so visibility was good. He took a closer look at the interior of the car. 4 bodies. The diver noted that the bodies were floating on top of one another in the back. The diver was tethered to the surface by a cable, which was plugged to a camera. He received directions from the officers on the surface. At one point, the lens passed over the car's make, Nissan. On the car's body was a softball-sized dent and a scrape mark. There was a large scrape on top of the left front fender. There were more marks on the rocker panel under the driver's door. The car was on a frontward slant because the rear wheels were suspended upwards. The right corner of the rear bumper was snagged on a protrusion on the wooden lock gate. The front wheels were facing the left. The driver's side taillight was smashed and pieces of the red and clear plastic shell were missing. The bumper and fender underneath it were severely dented and scraped. The letters S and E were missing from the Sentra nameplate. When the diver pointed the camera at the windshield, the officers at the surface got a clearer view of what was inside the car. They could see legs in snug-fitting pants. There were no socks or shoes. When he moved around to the driver's seat, he could see dark hair within the window frame. The window was rolled down, having allowed the car to be filled with water. The diver spotted a young woman whose torso was pressed against the driver's seat, but her legs extended to the front seat area. Her right arm was wrapped around the driver's headrest, while the left hung around the rear footwell. Geety was not entangled. The woman seen through the windshield was floating with her arched back up against the roof. Her head, arms, and upper body were draped over the front passenger seat. It looked like Zainab had been hanging over the seat face down. None of them were sitting in the front seats. This was unusual as far as these kinds of accidents go. Normally, at least one person would be seated up front. There was no way for the officers to determine at that point who had been driving. Sahar's bare back was pressed against a window. Rona's hand rested on a rear seat. A smiling teddy bear smiled back at the lens. Adjacent to the bear was a pair of heads that were pressed together face down. From the diver's another perspective, it would have been easy to depart the vehicle and swim to safety. There was a reason these girls hadn't even tried. When the diver surfaced, he reported to the other officers that there were 4 female bodies in the car and that there were no signs of foul play. Obviously, further investigation was required. The diver, Constable Glenn Newell, was asked by Detective Chris Scott, "Have you ever seen 4 people drowned in a vehicle?" Newell said, "I've never come across that." The next step was to remove the bodies one by one. It started with Sahar, who was the easiest to remove. He followed up with Rona, Geety, and Zainab. The victims were photographed and placed in body bags. 5:30 p.m. Detective Constable Joff Dempster began his interview of Hamed. It would have been better to postpone the interview since he had not received all the intel from the Kingston Mills crime scene. Still, he had no choice but to proceed with questioning. He still anticipated that he would receive a copious amount from the family. This process had a proverb: they'll feed you with a fire hose. When the family members are not involved in the deaths of a loved one, they are a fountain of detail regarding the victim's life and personality. It was a different story with Mohammad Shafia, and not just because of a language barrier. After all, the police had arranged for an interpreter. Getting the relevant information out of him was like pulling teeth. However, this was Hamed, who was much more fluent in English, even to the point of being conversational. Dempster's radar for nuance would be able to pick up on what was written between the lines. What Dempster knew was that Dylan saw the incident with the car and the splash/crash between 1:30 a.m. and 2 a.m. The Shafias registered at the motel at around 2 a.m., whereupon Hamed drove the Lexus throughout the night to Montreal and returned in a different vehicle. Hamed was advised of his legal right to have an attorney present. He was also notified that he was not under arrest since there was no evidence that he had committed a crime. After all, at this point it was a coroner's case. It would require a medical practitioner to determine why those women hadn't been able to swim out of the car in such shallow waters. Dempster started off with the soft sell. It's an unfortunate incident that has brought us together here today. Tell me as much as you can. Hamed recounted all the details of the trip from Niagara Falls to Kingston. He said that when they arrived, he suggested that Rona, Giti, Tuba, Zainab, and Sahar wait in the Toyota until he and his father found a motel. The remaining children were with Mohammed and Hamed. They secured their rooms. Hamed said he really wanted to sleep, but moments after he passed out, Zainab came into the room. To quote Hamed, she asked my mom for the keys for the Nissan. Yeah? She wanted to take her clothes and everything. I don't know what, to change or something. So after she got the key, I never saw her. That was the last time I saw her, you know. Okay. Yeah, and the others I saw, the last time I saw them was when I picked them up from the parking place. It didn't make sense that this severely fatigued young man would depart from his motel room and drive 300 kilometers, which amounts to about 186 miles. When asked about this, he was vague, saying, I needed something personal. When pressed for clarification, he said his father was heavily involved with online auctions of cars, and Hamed's laptop contained the relevant information. He said they needed this urgently since there were no internet cafes in Niagara Falls, which was likely untrue. Hoping to satisfy Dempster, Hamed said, you know, there are a lot of reasons, you know, you go back to a place, say if you don't feel like staying at one place with your parents, you know, you just want to drive somewhere else, you know. Dempster asked him if Zainab asked for the keys to the Nissan so she could take it for a drive on the sly. Hamed was a geyser of details. He said that in Niagara Falls, she suddenly expressed an urge to drive. She had been practicing in a parking lot as of late. To quote Hamed, I saw her once or twice, like she was really enthusiastic to really try driving. Yes? So that's what scared me a lot, you know. She's never been like that. I'm not sure if you know it or no, but she's, engaged, to be engaged with someone. That's Zainab. Yeah, she's the eldest. Yeah, yeah. So he must have taught uh, her how to drive. Oh, yeah? Yeah, so she always keeps on asking, I want to drive, want to drive, want to drive. There were important details Hamid didn't have. He didn't know where the Nissan was parked while the five women were waiting for a motel room to be booked. He didn't know what time they found the motel. He couldn't remember when he returned from Montreal. He couldn't remember when his father called him while he was in Montreal or when he decided to return to Kingston. Dempster asked Hamid what he thought happened to the four members of his family who were found dead. He said he assumed they crashed the car somewhere and were ashamed of what they had done. To quote Hamid, and they're scared to come back. Maybe they crashed it somewhere and they don't want to come back. That's what I thought. He mentioned that Zainab ran away from home a month prior to her death. He said, yeah, and she never even called to tell that where is she. So we kept on calling her and stuff like that. And she came back after 16 days. Her boyfriend had a car. That's how she learned to drive, I guess. Dempster asked Hamid when Mohammed called him the next morning and where Hamid was when he received the calls. Earlier, he told him that he was heading to Montreal. Dempster changed the subject. How come you came back in the Pontiac? Because he usually tells me, but this time he never told me that, because that Lexus, the SUV, when you drive from Montreal to Kingston, Hamid was really struggling with his answers now. Dempster knew that the camouflage of composure was wearing thin. Damning information was seeping through. Dempster said, mm-hmm. Hamid said, that's one of the reasons, I guess. No special reason, because takes more gas and fuel and stuff like that. What is a Pontiac? Is it a van? Is it a car? It's a van. It's a van? It's parked outside, yeah. Okay. Who puts gas in the car? Dad. Your dad does. So did he tell you to bring the van back to Kingston today, or was that your choice? No, he didn't tell me. That was your choice. That was my choice, yeah. I just thought I'd bring it. After trying to nail down the precise time Hamid thought he called his father while en route back to Montreal, he couldn't get any definite answers on this issue. He shifted gears again. Hamid, do you know what happened to your sisters? After a pregnant pause of 10 seconds, Hamid said, No. You don't? No. And your aunt? No. Dempster clarified with him that he understood that a family vehicle was found underwater with 4 female bodies inside who were identified as his relatives. Hamid confirmed that he was aware of this. Dempster told him about the witness who heard the splash crash sound in the middle of the night and saw the headlights. Dempster adjusted his posture so he was leaning closer to Hamid. He said, And what if I told you that that same person also saw another vehicle? But that other vehicle drove away, and then it was a large vehicle. Hamid seemed frozen. After a pause, he said, You mean someone pushed them in? Dempster hadn't said anything about the car being pushed into the water. Dempster said, No, but just that there was somebody else there. That other person, that other car, probably knows what really happened, but they're very scared and afraid and maybe ashamed to to say what they know. Hamed said, "Who do you think the big car belongs to?" "Hamed, I think you know more than what you've told me here today." Stammering again, Hamed said, I have no idea. "Hamed, my only job here is to find the truth and find out what happened last night." Dempster informed Hamed that this was to be done for the parents' peace of mind. Hamed said, "Yeah, but I'm telling you the truth here. I don't know. I seriously don't know what you're talking about." Dempster told him someone witnessed the Nissan's fall into the water, but he wasn't accusing that person of being responsible. He said, "Accidents are accidents. I'm not saying that that other person caused it. I'm not saying they did it on purpose, but there is somebody out there that knows really what happened, and we need that person to speak up, and we need that person to..." Hamed interjected, "Yeah, but I seriously have. It's just like a shock to me that you're telling me this, that I must have witnessed something." He said he recognized that he was the, quote, "other person," close quote. He went on, "If I would have witnessed something, I would be the first person to call my mom and dad, don't you think?" Dempster pointed out the discrepancies in his recall of the events. Hamed offered to give him his cell phone in voice to clear up the mystery around the phone calls during his commute to Montreal. Dempster returned to the subject of the car swap. He said, "Okay, and the reason for coming back in the Pontiac and not the Lexus was because it's better on gas?" "Well, that's one of the reasons, you know." "Yeah, what would be another reason?" Nothing. Nothing big, you know. Nothing, that's worth telling." "Okay, which is more fun to drive, the Lexus or the Pontiac?" "Well, the Lexus, of course." Dempster asked him where the Lexus was. Hamed said he left it at his home in Montreal. Dempster asked him if there was anything wrong with the Lexus at that time. Hamed said there was not. This was a lie. Dempster said, "So, if we ask the Montreal police to go and just have a quick look at it, there's... But if I had an accident with it, I would have it in Montreal. I wouldn't have it in Kingston, would I?" "Yeah. And I would have a police, what is it? Report." "Yeah. Is there anything else that I should know? Is there something else like I was saying it's not... I'm saying that you were lying. I don't like to say people are lying, but..." "No, you could say that if you think. If you feel I'm lying or something, you can tell me right away." Dempster asked him again why Rona and the three girls would drive off in the middle of the night. Hamed reiterated the point about Zainab wanting to drive. He wouldn't join Dempster in speculating why Rona decided to join them. He also wouldn't take his lead when Dempster asked him if he followed the Nissan in the Lexus. It sounded like the girls were going on a joyride. He didn't indicate any desire or need to stop them from driving down a dark road that just happened to have a lake at the end of it. Hamed was tight-lipped at this point. 7:15 p.m. The Montreal police had informed the Kingston investigators that an accident report had been filed about the Lexus. Tuba came across as calm for the most part, though she nervously picked at the ends of her hijab. The tears that flowed so easily hours ago were absent. She was smiling, seemingly out of courtesy. Dempster told her that There was one question on everybody's mind. How did the Nissan Sentra get from the motel to the water? Tuba said, "Can I say?" She said it in Dari without waiting for the interpreter. Dempster said, following the translation, "Yes, please." She said they had just made the long journey from Niagara Falls to Kingston, and she was both tired and sick when they checked into the motel. Moments after she got settled in her room, Zainab showed up and asked for the keys to the Nissan so that she could get some clothes from her bag. Tuba trusted her, so she gave her the keys. Tuba said she didn't know what happened after that. She said she fell asleep, and the next morning, Mohammed told her the Nissan and the 4 women were missing. She claimed not to be aware of the plans Mohammed and Hamed were discussing, except that it pertained to a building Mohammed owned in Montreal. She still gave as Zainab's motive for taking the car as a desire to drive, giving the police a very different portrayal of Zainab's life under the Shafia roof. Tuba said she always did what she wanted to do. Dempster left the room. Dempster returned after a half hour. Before sitting down, he took a direct hit at Tuba. "Were you there when the car went in the water?" No, I wasn't there. Me said key they took from me. I didn't understand." "If you were not there, my job is to find out what happened and tell you. Me to you, my story told is what my story is. There, I didn't have any work to do there. Just took the keys from me and they left. Said give, we just want our clothes from the car. Since I was very tired, I went to sleep. Didn't know further." As a parent, one parent to another, if something happened to my child, I would want to know the truth. I would want to know what happened. "Yes, true. Your saying is true. If understand, I would have told you everything, but haven't seen anything. If I knew, I would have told you, and you could have helped me. I can only know the truth if people talk truthful to me." "Yes, that's true, but I don't know. If I knew, I would tell you everything. I just know that she took the keys from me, and I didn't know. I was very tired, and I went to bed." She claimed she did not see or hear the Nissan depart from the motel's parking lot. Dempster asked her if Hamed, or both Hamed and Mohammed, chased after the girls. Tuba said that this was impossible because they didn't find out they were missing until the morning. Dempster said, "People have not been truthful with us today." Tuba said, "Yes, whatever it was I told you, I don't know further than this. If I know anything, it's more difficult to me than you, because my kids were there. I would have told you the whole truth." Dempster left a 15-second pause build before delivering this dagger of a question. "Your daughter's deaths and your husband's cousin might not have been an accident." "Meaning what?" "It would mean that something happened to cause it." "I don't know anything else." "I think you know that Hamed went after the girls when they took the car." No, believe me, I don't know this. Don't know since I was tired." "My job is to find the truth. I don't stop until I find the truth." "Right, I want you to find the truth." "If the truth is, this was an accident. It wasn't supposed to happen." "I need to know that. Know now." "If I don't know something, why should I lie? No, whatever I knew, whatever I understood, from there till here, I told you." By the time Tuba's interview was over, the 4 corpses had been taken to a hospital. Staff awaited Mohammed and Tuba's arrival so they could positively identify Rona and their daughters. Hamed was not present. Police wanted to question them again out of concern about the discrepancies in his account. Dempster said to Hamed regarding the accident with the Lexus, "You made a comment that if you had one, you would have reported it." Did you report one today?" "Yeah, why did you tell me you didn't?" "I said if I would tell you, then, okay, why are you hiding that information from me, Hamed?" "No, 'cause if I would tell you, you would go tell my dad. That's the thing." He claimed he was so afraid of his father's reaction to the collision that he decided it would be better to wait until they returned to Montreal to tell him. Dempster asked him for the entire story of the crash in detail. Hamed said, "The accident, when I got back, it was on a pole, and in the shopping center in a shopping center parking. It was on a pole, and I reported it, and that's it." Dempster had grown tired of these evasive replies. Pointedly, he said, "No details." Dempster emphasized that he wanted the whole story, saying, "I love details." Hamed said he first drove to the family's apartment. He sat there for a couple of minutes, then went to a supermarket about a 2-minute drive away. He said he parked perpendicular to the lines painted on the pavement. When he saw his mistake, he went into reverse and drove until the front left corner of the vehicle hit the pole. He said he called the police to file the report. After the officer left, he did not go in the supermarket. As he put it, "'cause after you have an accident, you don't feel like eating." He drove the Lexus home, had a beverage, then drove back to Kingston in the Pontiac. Dempster said, "And you didn't tell me about that before." "Yeah, 'cause, first of all, it was nothing related to this." "It's not?" "It's not." Dempster again injected the theory that after the girls left in the Nissan, they were followed by Hamed in the Lexus. He asked if the vehicles collided because he was trying to stop them. Hamed said, "Got into an accident with me?" "Yeah." "How did they end up in water?" "How did they end up in water?" "I don't know. That's, what I don't know. I keep going in circles here because... But you know what? I'm telling you, and I'm already in a lot of mess. Yeah." Hamed was very uneasy now. "But you know what? I'm telling you, and I'm already in a lot of mess. Yeah." Hamed was very uneasy now. He slapped his palm on the table several times. He said, "I don't know what you're doing. If you want to blame it on me, I don't. I don't know. I don't know where you're going with this, honestly. To be honest with you, man, I don't know where you're going with this, okay? This, I understand. I don't know. I don't know where you're going with this. Honestly, to be honest with you, man, I don't know where you're going with this, okay? This, I understand. Then you're going in circles, You're going straight. Then you're making an illegal left turn, or, you're going back where you started. I don't understand this. I don't know. To be honest with you, man, I didn't want them to go back to Montreal, and I made an accident with them, and how did they end up in water? Seriously, I don't understand this. I'm just telling you straight up, man. After a 30-second pause, Dempster asked Hamed if Zainab was angry that they stopped in Kingston when she so badly wanted to return to Montreal. Hamed said his siblings didn't seem to have any objections. He said that as far as motives for taking the Nissan went, he figured they were taking it out for a test drive. Dempster said the police had still been unable to determine why the girls were driving in that area and how they ended up in the water. Hamed was getting frustrated by the questioning. He said, right now, my brothers and sisters, my mom and dad, they're here, right? Yes. You can let them go. I'll stay till morning with you. Dempster didn't weigh in on this offer. He continued to grill Hamed about the motives of the victims. A few minutes later, Hamed withdrew his cooperation. Emphasizing this point, he said, I could sit till morning with you and say the same thing. Dempster asked him to tell him about Rona. He described her as good and a nice person, but despite being 50 years old, she was always game for doing what the girls wanted to do. He said, I don't know, but she was an aunt, which used to hang around with the girls 24/7. Oh, yeah? 24/7, yeah. He also mentioned that he had never seen Rona stay up past midnight. One last item he offered at the end of the interview was that if he had known the girls were missing while in Kingston that night, he would have gone looking for them. He mentioned that he wouldn't be able to do anything if they were submerged in water. He said, it's obviously I would call 911, right? The surviving members of the Shafia clan were put up in a hotel at police expense. They could not return to the motel because police were still examining the rooms for evidence. In the Nissan, several bags were found that contained clothing, cosmetics, and devices. One bag contained jewelry worth $20,000. Detective Dempster told his fellow officers in a meeting that he knew Hamed, Mohammed, and Tuba were withholding information. He especially encouraged them to take a closer look at the Lexus. Police descended on the building the Shafias lived in to have a closer look at the Lexus. Their neighbor Joyce Gilbert saw Mohammed standing nearby. He appeared to be distraught. She said, "What happened? What's wrong?" He appeared to be choking back tears. "3 of my daughters dead, and my cousin is dead. Son came with Lexus. Have accident here and leave Lexus here and take van to Kingston." Mohammed wasn't much help when asked about why the Lexus had sustained certain kinds of damage. The police asked him again why Hamed took the Lexus home to Montreal and returned to Kingston in the minivan. Well, he went in order to go to work the next day, meaning if this incident hadn't happened, he would not have come. He said the 9 remaining family members planned to remain in Kingston for several days. When ready to return to Montreal, he would get Hamed to drive back and pick them up. From there, when he came back, me from him, I just brought this because its consumption is less. I brought this, so I just didn't ask him anymore. He said he didn't talk to Hamed much about the vehicle because his wife was crying, and he was doing his utmost to console her. As he put it, "We talked about this and nothing else." He blamed some of the damage to the cars on Zainab. He said he saw her back the Nissan into the Lexus in the parking lot of the hotel they stayed in at Niagara Falls. He said he witnessed it from his room's window and ran out the building to snatch the keys from her hand. He said, "I just looked at the Lexus. I was so frustrated as to why she did what she did since she doesn't even have a driver's license. If this happened to someone else's car, she would have created a problem for me." He said he warned her never to drive the car again. He said, even on the highway, she requested her mother to give her the car to drive. My wife stopped and told me, and I said to her, "You will get us all killed by her." Koopman asked for his permission to search the Lexus. He was obliging, saying, "What I want is to know if my family member has been killed, has gone in the water, has been strangled, has been drugged. What has happened? That's what I'd like to know. If he has taken drugs, if he has gone mad, this is not human behavior." Shafia was notified that he could withdraw his cooperation at any time and that he had a right to be represented by a lawyer. He said the car has to be fully checked. He said he didn't believe the Lexus was involved, but shared their opinion that no stone should be left unturned. He made one unusual request. He wanted to return to Montreal to get clothes for his family. He was granted this request, albeit with a police escort. The investigators found some shards of plastic in the rear cargo area of the Lexus. 4 were black, 2 were silver, 3 were transparent, and 1 was transparent orange. It seemed as though these items had been harvested and deliberately placed or hidden there. Koopman got Shafia's consent to take them back to the station in Kingston. Shafia collected the clothing and other items in the company of police officers. Meanwhile, officers examined the area of the parking lot where the Lexus was crashed. Journalists descended upon the Shafia home and were welcomed in by Mohammad and Tuba. He cried as he pored over a photo album, saying, "We went, my wife and I, to identify the bodies at the hospital. They had no marks of violence or battle or injuries." Tuba said, "This is very hard." Mohammed said, "It's bad, very bad. 3 nights, no sleeping, no eating. It's not Canada's mistake. It's my family's mistake." He went into some autobiographical details, saying he was a successful businessman in Kabul, Afghanistan, and the family moved to Canada in 2007. He said, "We came here for children because in Afghanistan it became dangerous." When the reporters asked the couple how Rona and the girls could have ended up in 3 meters of water at that time of night, they fed them the same litany they gave the police. Zainab was a rebellious girl, and she was being reckless. Mohammed, in particular, was quick to blame Zainab. "Big mistake, take car, no driving lessons." Latif Hidari called the Kingston Police Department to tell them that what Mohammed and Tuba were saying about Zainab in the media was not true. He noted that Zainab had never shown any interest in driving. The coroner who examined the bodies documented the official cause of death to be drowning. More information would come later, like the toxicology report. The pieces of plastic from the cars were examined and were easily assembled by color. This was a revelation for Geoff Dempster. He now knew Hamid lied to him. He thought to himself, the Lexus was there. Everything he told me was bullshit. About not being there and not knowing what happened. At a meeting, police considered the possibility that Hamid crashed the Lexus in Montreal to camouflage the damage that was done at Kingston Mills. Another lie was exposed. One of Rona's relatives who lived in Europe called the police in Canada and reported that Rona was Mohammed's first wife and not his cousin. Due to this new intel and the inconsistencies of the Shafias during questioning, the case was now reclassified as a homicide, with Mohammed, Hamid, and Tuba as the prime suspects. She said, "We are convinced that this is a crime of honor, organized under the guidance of Mr. Shafia, his wife Tuba, and their oldest son, Hamed. She went on. For some time, my sister, as well as the Shafia couple's oldest daughter, Zainab, had been receiving death threats for social, cultural, and family reasons, a hidden marriage that should have been canceled with a Pakistani man. My sister told me that she heard Shafia, her husband, say to second wife and his oldest son, Hamed, that he was going to travel to Afghanistan and Dubai to sell some land and goods, and then he would kill Zainab, and his second wife added. And the other? So my sister understood that they were talking about her. My sister was under the control of the second wife, who was holding her passport. Zainab started proceedings with social services in Montreal. My sister tried to prevent Zainab from returning to the family home, using Sahar, who unfortunately also disappeared in the incident, as a go-between. She also mentioned that Zainab had written a letter that was likely hidden in Rona's jewelry box at their home. Rona's relation continued. Mrs. Tuba has a very large influence over the home and no longer wanted to see Rona with the children. And now that they were grown, she wanted my sister to disappear from her life. It must be known that, in Afghan tradition, only the husbands are allowed to divorce their wives, which Mr. Shafia had refused to do for my sister for 20 years, despite the demands of our brothers. She also pointed out that among the family's cultural traditions was that females are not allowed to go out alone at night. She went on. It is likely this was a crime of honor, designed to return honor to the father of the family who was tainted by the hidden marriage that we have already talked about. In fact, Afghan tradition allows the punishment of those at fault. In Afghanistan and Arabic culture, the crime would be official and approved by the extended family. However, when the family lives in the West, the crimes are often presented as domestic accidents in order to avoid trouble under the country's laws. We noticed that the deaths happened far away from their home, which can certainly hinder the investigation. The Kingston police decided to use the tactic of playing dumb. They would tell the Shafias that they were treating the deaths as having been caused by misadventure. July 5th, the funeral service memorializing the deaths of Zainab, Sahar, Giti, and Rona took place on this date. Mohammed collapsed and was driven away in an ambulance. After having examined and assembled the shards from the car lights, it became clear that the Lexus was used to push the Nissan into the water. Police decided they needed to seize the Lexus, as it was now considered a murder weapon. Mohammed did not protest when it was taken. It eventually wound up at the Center for Forensic Sciences in Toronto. Rona's sister was aware of what happened to her sister and sent an email to the Kingston police. She said she doubted the official story given about the fatalities. She said that not only were the victims killed, but she knew about the motive. Social service reps in Montreal provided Kingston police with records of the Shafia's case histories, including the file in which the children alleged they were beaten by Mohammed and Hamed. Meanwhile, police spoke to friends, relatives, and ex-boyfriends of the victims and observed a recurring theme of a murder plot that was devised in the Shafia household weeks before it was carried out. It came to light that when Mohammed and Tuba identified the bodies, Mohammed was very calm and devoid of grief. He named all the corpses as if they meant little more to him than numbers on a spreadsheet. Unlike Mohammed, Tuba was exceedingly emotional. She couldn't stop crying. Mohammed had no patience for this, saying, "Tuba, Tuba, Tuba." The staff present intuited that he was demanding that she suppress her emotion. The staff were horrified that there was no parental warmth from either of them. No caresses of the cheek, no kisses, no hand-holding. One of the witnesses was Detective Constable Guy Forbes, one of the premier investigators working on the case. July 18th, 3:40 p.m. The Shafias agreed to undergo another round of questioning by Kingston police. When they pulled up at the motel, Forbes walked up to their minivan and said, "We want to take you through what we think happened. We're not 100% sure, obviously, because we weren't there, but just from, trying to put the pieces together. This is what we think may have happened. So, we think they started here. Then, the locks are north from here. So we think they pulled out of here and went north. Whether they were..." Hamed interjected. "Okay, is the place about a couple of minutes?" "Yes, it's maybe 3 minutes drive from here. It's close." "'Cause from the station to here was about 10 minutes, right? So, yeah, it's about 10, but from here to where we're going, the site is about 3 minutes. It's close." "Okay. So, we think that..." "Plus it was dark. So we think they may have pulled over here to just go for a drive, and because it was so dark, you'll see, it's kind of confusing." "Okay. So they may have gotten lost or something." An officer was equipped with headphones because the Shafia's minivan was bugged. The recordings were preserved at a monitoring center in Ottawa. The Shafias were drawn away from their minivan while they retrieved their personal belongings that were seized at the motel. During that time, the microphones were planted in the vehicle. The first damning info to emerge during their recorded conversations was that there could not have been cameras capturing them late at night at Kingston Mills because it was so dark. Their movements would have been too indistinct to be captured clearly. If this had not been the case, they would have been arrested already. Due to this, Mohammed was convinced that everything the police said about video surveillance had to be false and a matter of fear-mongering. That night, Tuba woke up in the minivan as they were heading to Montreal. Tuba was unable to get to sleep just yet. She said to Mohammed, "Their boyfriends and all are wandering about fit and happy. They've gone under the ground." Mohammed was not moved by this sentiment at all. He said, "Damn on their boyfriends. To hell with them and their boyfriends. Filthy and rotten children. They exceeded all they run away or do this or do that." July 19th, Mohammed, Hamed, and Tuba were in the minivan together again. They first discussed Mina, who objected to the plan to move to the new house that was being built for them. She knew she would have to switch schools. Mohammed said, "You would say we've taken them and thrown them into hell. They take on such airs. You can see yourself that we are going to a better house, not a worse one. For example, if we move from here to our own house, it is bigger and newer. If we don't like it here, if it messes up our program, we'll go to Toronto. Then where we would go." He brought up the subject of the children's involvement with social services. He said, "Do they want to go to what is called DPJ or MPJ, like others? We do this way. This so God's curse wouldn't be coming upon them like it did on the others." Hamed said, "Let this current problem resolve. Then we think of this." Tuba defended Mina. She says, "I went to this school for 2 years. I never, for even one day, had either a boyfriend, nor have I even once called the number of neither boy nor girl from home." Mohammed said, "Tuba, They said the same thing. Tuba said, she says they found one from the very beginning. Mina, immediately upon going on the following day, they found one. But I went there for 2 years. I kept myself. And also, she says she would be with Zafar at the same school, so she should go with Zafar and come back with Zafar. Mohammed said, Zafar is not that mature. He was with the Pakistani boy. Used to take Sadaf there. Used to sit with him. Would a son be like that? God's curse on such a son. Mohammed made it known he didn't trust Zafar. He resented that Zafar had befriended Ammar. Mohammed referred to Ammar as a lunda, a derogatory Dari word meaning lover. Mohammed said, used to chat on the phone with his sister's lunda. Used to, with his sister's lunda. I don't count on Zafar until he grow up. I'm even fearful that he might find her a boy like the other God-cursed girl who took Zafar's friend as her boyfriend. Tuba said, Zafar didn't find for her. No, Tuba, he spoke with the Pakistani just now. Tuba was insistent that he only spoke to Ammar because of photos. Mohammed said, whatever she threw in our way, she did. We lost our honor. For me, the issue was no taunt, because even if they were to wear clothes made from Quran, the four of them, even if they were to scatter the pages of the Quran in front of me, I wouldn't tell to their face. This because even my father couldn't have accepted such. I don't say they are doing such behaviors, but I think it will create more headaches. Mohammed and Tuba continued to argue about Mina transferring to a new school. They also ventured into territory concerning whether she, too, would keep company with boys and put her family's honor at risk. Hamed said, the important thing is that they are away from these friends and stay away from such friends. After a few minutes of silence, a geyser of rage erupted from Mohammed regarding his feelings about Zainab and Sahar. Even if they come back to life 100 times, if I have a cleaver in my hand, I will cut him, her, in pieces. Not once, but 100 times, as they acted that cruel towards you and me. For the love of God, what had we done? What harm did we done to them? What excess had we committed that they found so rear up and, as Iranians say, undressed themselves in front of boys? I swear by God, every night when I see shed tears of blood in your eyes, every night I used to think of myself as a cuckold. Every day I used to go and gather her from the arms of boys. If we remain alive 1 night or 1 year, we have no tension in our hearts. Our daughter is in the arms of this or that boy, in the arms of this or that man. God curse on their graduation. Curse of God on both of them, on their kind. God's curse on them for generation. May the devil shit on their graves. Is that what a daughter should be? Would be such a whore? Our honorless girl. I doubt they even were doing this there. They might have removed their scarf once going out of the house. Tuba felt it would be reassuring to point out that the girls didn't behave in this manner in Dubai. This did nothing to assuage Mohammed's anger. He continued to rant. No, what you saw or didn't see doesn't matter much, Shameless girl, with a bra and underwear. I swear to God that even those who do ads of such clothes are not like that. He also believed the remaining children helped to keep the victim's conduct a secret from him. He said, and these 2 others are hiding her photos. That is why I am afraid. If they were good children, they should have told us on time that, Dad or Mom, they are doing this or that. Tuba said, "I'm not defending Mina." Mohammad said, "I heard later about their Rafik Bazi." Rafik Bazi is a Dari slur with no English equivalent. Roughly translated to English, it refers to promiscuous behavior with friends. Tuba said she began the Rafik Bazi after Sadaf ran away. Tuba blamed Zainab's running away from home for Mina's rebellious behavior. Tuba said, "There was no Rafik Bazi before that. I told you, once Mina came to me and said, that Ukrainian boy came and said, 'What kind of religion is this? You guys don't have fun? Why are you so down?' Mina told me everything." Mohammed said, "I am not saying that Mina is lying to us. I am saying that if they could trick us in this age, they could possibly trick them as well." Tuba said, "Both Zafar and Mina said that we should be careful of their behavior. We shouldn't be discussing what has happened, but once we come up the current problem, we would move to Brassard and have them continue their school there." Hamed said, "We will pick them up from school and drop them back." Mohammed reestablished that he would have the final word on all family-related matters. He also declared he would not rule out taking drastic action if any of the remaining children disobeyed him, though he didn't consider murder the only option. As he put it, "If we feel that it is not working that way, we will move back to Dubai." More damning conversation was recorded in the minivan. Tuba mentioned that their daughters were frustrated about Muhammad's meddling in their lives. She also mentioned that he called them filthy and padar lanat, a Dari slur meaning child of hellhound father. Muhammad objected to this, oddly enough. Tuba, except for their sinning and fornication, whenever did I call her filthy and padar lanat. Whenever did I call her filthy except when they ran away? Which one did I call filthy? You tell me. No, before you tell, she wrote that. Muhammad put a cap on this dialogue. They're gone now. Shit on their graves. Later, Tuba was heard saying, "I know Sadaf was already done, but I wish 2 others weren't." The police wondered if Tuba felt some remorse about what they had done, and that possibly her grief was real. Muhammad was dismissive as always. "No, Tuba. They messed up. There was no other way. Look, Tuba, consider all the options. However you look at it, in any way, she messed up big time. These others, was there Talibgar who had come for them? Was it time for them to take husbands? Had we refused the request? Tuba, for the love of God, look at what they did. For Sahar, it was neither the time for her, nor did she have a Talibgar. So she had no excuse to say, 'You have refused the Talibgar,' right?" To keep the peace, Tuba had just mumbled a non-verbal affirmative. Muhammad considered himself blameless because Sahar dispensed with tradition. He had more. They were treacherous. They betrayed both themselves and us. Like this woman standing on the side of the road, and if you stopped the car, she would go with you anywhere. For the love of God, Tuba, damnation on this life of ours, on these years of life that we led. When I tell you to be patient, you tell me that it is hard. It isn't harder than watching them every hour with Lunda. For this reason, whenever I see those pictures, I am consoled. I say to myself, you did well. Would they come back to life 100 times for you to do the same again? That is how hurt I am. Tuba, they betrayed us immensely. They violated us immensely. There can be no betrayal, no treachery, no violation more than this. By God, there isn't any. Look, You and I, we carried these children on our backs. We take them to Afghanistan, Dubai. We subjected ourselves to hardships. We took on drudgery for them. We wash their shit and pee. We wash their clothes. We take them to school and bring them back. However, being in hard work, take them on picnic on Fridays. After all, should this have happened? No one does this. As far as home and cars and money go, everything was there. We used to give them money. We used to spend on them and for them. The only thing that we inhabited them from was lundabazi. That was the only wrong we did them. It was all treason. They committed treason from beginning to end. They betrayed kindness. They betrayed Islam. They betrayed our religion and creed. They betrayed our traditions. They betrayed everything. After police reviewed the recordings, they became gravely concerned for the Shafia children who were still living with their parents. They shared their concerns with Child Protection Services, and plans were thereby underway to remove Mina, Zafar, and Fareshta from the home. The next step was to obtain an arrest warrant for Mohammed, Tuba, and Hamed. The warrant would have to describe why police were certain, without a shadow of a doubt, that the Shafias murdered the 4 women. The warrant would also be designed to inform the Shafias that they were suspected of murder and their arrests were pending. There was still much more evidence to comb through, including computers in the Shafia household. July 21st, a dozen Kingston police officers drove to Montreal and accompanied the child protection workers as the 3 children were removed from the home. The children were interviewed at a Montreal police station. In the apartment, Detective Constable Joff Dempster showed the search warrant to Hamed. The text: Hamed Mohammad Shafia, Yahya Tuba Muhammad, and Mohammad Shafia did unlawfully murder Rona Amir Muhammad, Zainab Muhammad Shafia, Sahari Muhammad Shafia, and Giti Muhammad Shafia, contrary to the Criminal Code, Section 235. Hamed translated the text to Muhammad. Muhammad asked him a question in Dari. Hamed said to Dempster, "My dad wants to know why you think it's a murder and why you think we murdered them." "I'm not going to discuss the grounds, but I'm willing to explain anything that's on the face of this document." Other text in the document explained that officers were permitted to search the residence on July 21st between 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. for, quote, notes of a letter made by Zainab, laptop computer, pieces of debris of the Lexus motor vehicle, bank receipts, credit card receipts, financial statements. The Shafias were told to leave the apartment, though they were not placed under arrest. While some officers took photographs on the premises, others were planting bugs. The idea behind this was to capture the family's reaction to being officially suspected of murder. Throughout the search, one notable item was a briefcase that belonged to Hamed. Inside were several photos of Sahar. She is seen embracing Ricardo, wearing miniskirts and cosmetics, and in the company of other boys. Police speculated that Hamed took the photos with him to Dubai to show to Muhammad. There were also photos of Rona. She is wearing typical trendy fashions worn by Western women, like sleeveless tops. She could also be seen wearing makeup and jewelry. They couldn't find Zainab's letter, but they did find Rona's diary. Many important revelations would be gleaned from this document. Rona wrote about the abuse that was suffered by the children and herself. She also emphasized the constant disrespect directed at her by Tuba, like when she said, "Your life is in my hands." A school assignment by Hamed fleshed out his feelings regarding cultural traditions. Traditions and customs are to be followed till the end of one's life. Actually, it doesn't matter at all whether you're close to the community following the specific traditions or living millions of miles away. Tradition and customs of a person is like his identity and what makes him special, even though living in another country. When the police left, they took all those documents, 2 laptop computers, and some shards of broken plastic taken from the Lexus. The Shafias were told they could go back home. They were notified the police would contact them again in a few days. In the meantime, their conversations were recorded, though most of what they said regarded the items that were seized during the search. In another conversation, Muhammad had more to say about his precious honor. Addressing Hamed, he said, "I am happy and my conscience is clear. They haven't done good and God punished them. No need to talk about it at home. My conscience, my God, my religion, my creed aren't shameful. Your mother's family. I could not tolerate this. I don't know about you. Even if they hoist me up onto the gallows, nothing is more dear to me than my honor. Let's leave our destiny to God, and may God never make me, you, or your mother honorless. I don't accept this dishonor, so don't think about it anymore. World, these things happen. Either you accept that or this. Either you see them doing those bad things or hear that they did, but they did wrong. Who knows what we went through? We know in our life. We know in our work. We know what we have been through. We eat and do our routine work. We are not ashamed of our conscience, neither you nor I, nor your mother. Be like a man. Your mother is also like a man. You should have tolerance. You should have patience. I had told your mother in the past, and I am telling her again now. Don't be a woman, be a man. I know that your heart, your body is different. That is, I know. But I am telling you, this is my word to you. Be I dead or alive. Nothing in the world is above than your honor. Like, if your sister or my daughter or your mother's daughter to be with a marem and do nasty or dishonored work, even if, God forbid, they hoist us onto the gallows. Isn't that right, my son? Don't think about it. Don't worry about it. Whatever the eventuality, it is from God. We accept it wholeheartedly. Have your meals. We are not ashamed of our conscience. We have not done anything bad. Just be a man, matured, and think of yourself like me. I know my enemies as of your mother's brothers. I have worked all my life and collected whatever I have for you and all kids. God is great. We don't have any solution. There is nothing more valuable than our honor. I am telling your mother that be like a man as you have always been. I know it hurts. I have passed more experience in life than you. Don't worry at all. Don't regret or wish that this would have happened or that would have happened. I am telling you now, and I was telling you before, that whoever play with my honor, my words are the same. There is no value of life without honor. Now the police had a confession. The autopsy revealed that all victims had bruises on their heads, suggesting they had either been bumped onto something or they had been struck with a blunt object. Muhammad, Tuba, and Hamed spoke to Mina, Zafar, and Fareshta on the phone. The children called from the shelter, At no time did Tuba or Mohammed tell them they loved them or try to alleviate their fears. They were more concerned about what the police asked them. Mohammed told Tuba to tell them to run away from the shelter, but Tuba did not pass that directive along. 20 RCMP and police officers cornered a two-vehicle Shafia convoy on the road in Montreal. They were placed under arrest. The detainees were advised of their rights in Farsi. Mohammed and Hamed were placed in the same cruiser. There was a bug in the car recording their conversation. Mohammed said, "Don't worry, my son. I'm not worrying, only about my mother. It's okay, my son. It's not difficult for me. She might lose her mind. Whatever is God's will, it's a false accusation. Your poor mother, may God's fury descend on those girls. We haven't done anything wrong. They did it themselves." Mohammed referred to the rest of the family as innocents. The first damning evidence presented during the trial was by Chris Prent, a police officer who performed the analysis on the two cars using the fragments of headlights and taillights. He concluded that there was no way the impact on the Nissan happened by accident. Among his findings were that the Lexus was used to push the Nissan like a snowplow into the water. Latif Hadiri made good on his threat to cooperate with the police. Latif began to receive threatening phone calls during the trial. Someone would call up and say something like, "Don't create problems for yourself and others." They would hang up without saying another word. When he testified against Mohammed, he was asked about the episode with Tuba's phone call to him. And a few minutes later, maybe 5-10 minutes later, I receive a call from Shafia, and for sure that was from Dubai. And he said, "Latif, do you know that Zainab?" And he said some very bad things about her and swear at her. And he said, "She wants to dishonor me." And some bad words he said for her. Prosecutor Laurie Lasselle said, "Can I interrupt? What were the bad words?" I am ashamed to repeat those words, but it was very insulting, very insulting. The words should never be said to a human being. We need to know what the words were, sir. Can you tell us what they were? We know you mean no disrespect. I'm sorry. I offer my apology to the souls of those martyrs when I'm just repeating these words on my tongue. He said, quoting Muhammad, "She is a whore, she is a curse of the Father and a curse to me. If I'm the Father, she is a dirty woman," and that subject. After an hour and a half of exposing Muhammad for the arrogant tyrant that he is, Shafia began to lose his composure. He mouthed curses at Latif as he glared at him in court. Latif caught sight of this and said, "Don't move your lip. Confess. Confess." After an objection from the defense, the trial adjourned for lunch. Amar testified after he submitted a trove of emails he exchanged with Zainab. Many of them contained her reminder to him that Muhammad and Hamed posed a critical threat if their relationship were to be discovered. One mystery had yet to be solved. Why is it that the girls were unable to escape the vehicle? Had they been incapacitated before having been placed inside? If so, with what? Some kind of chemical sedative or poison? At that point, all the coroner knew was that the girls had drowned. He was unable to definitively say whether they were dead or alive when the Nissan landed in the water. After recordings of Muhammad's private conversations were played in court, he took the stand. He started by boasting about his business history in the Middle East. He claimed he pursued success and financial security for the sake of his children. He was asked about Zainab's ill-fated marriage to Ammar. He said, "Zainab came and she told me, 'Daddy, please forgive me.' I told her, 'There is nothing, don't worry.' I gave her $100 and I kissed her face." A half hour later, his verdict on his children wasn't quite so tender. "My children did a lot of cruelty toward me." He mentioned finding a photo of Sahar and her boyfriend Ricardo. He said he swore and cursed her, but was not driven to kill her. He insisted he didn't see those photos until weeks after Sahar's death. He was asked what it was about, the photo that upset him so much. He said, "One of the picture, what I saw here, she had a short skirt, and the guy had hugged her, and she and all my children and her mom, she just hid this from me. I'm not sure if the mom knew about that. I'm not sure if my other children knew about this or not, but they hid that from me. I was upset. I swore because I say that I didn't expect this thing from my children. I was not happy about that." At this point, Mohammad Shafia was selling himself as the victim. He said, "I swear at my children. I told them they did this treachery to me. They lied to me. They did everything hidden from us." He claimed he didn't force the girls to embody his culture's standards of modesty. He said, "I never interfered in the clothing that my children wear. It was up to them, whatever they wanted to wear. I didn't have any interference in that, just wear or not. Veil doesn't take her out of Islam." When asked about his remark about the devil shitting on their graves, he said, "So the devil will go and check with them in graves. If they have done a good thing, it will be good. If they have done bad, then it would be up to God what to do." When asked about the occasion when he called Sahar a whore, he said, stammering, "I loved Sahar very much, but when I saw that, I wasn't. I couldn't even believe that would be Sahar's pictures. Sahar was a very good girl. When I saw the picture, I thought, she betrayed me. She lied to me. She lied to me. She was not a liar. She was sitting right next to me. If she was telling me, 'Father, I love this boy,' I want to marry this person. I would have asked the boy. I would have talked to that boy. And if that boy would have been a good person, of course, I wouldn't have any problems. If he was a bad person, like Zainab, I would have given her the same advice. When I saw the pictures, and I'm telling you the truth, I was upset when I saw them. And I did not expect this for my children. Never." Shafia said he had never lied in his life, except when it came to declaring Rona's role in his life when she joined them in Montreal. Prosecutor Laurie Lasselle questioned Shafia about some of the exchanges in the wiretaps. She said, "And for you, there's no value of life without that kind of honor?" He said, "For each human being, honor and reputation for that person is important. And when I saw these pictures, after their deaths, in this part, I was angry. My honor is important for me, but the honor and reputation of a human being, to kill someone, you can't regain your reputation and honor. Respected lady, you should know that. In our culture, in our religion, if someone kill his wife or daughter, there is no honorless person more than that person who did that act, commit that act. If someone do such a treacherous, such a betrayal, he can't, even that person doesn't kill that girl alone, because do that, he will never regain his honor, but he will lose it, and it will be worse. When my girls died, people thinks and imagine different ways in different ways. But for me, anyone who in our culture and religion, anyone who killed his children or daughter, that person really becomes shameless. That thing doesn't restore honor. Can you tell me in which religion you kill someone and then that person gain honor? I don't call that honor. Yes, I'm Muslim. I don't deny that, but I'm not a killer, and I don't kill. As Muhammad, Hamed, and Tuba were cross-examined, their explanations of the events that transpired leading up to and following the murders resulted in many discrepancies. For instance, they claim that Muhammad only saw Sahar's private photos after her death, but the photo album he was leafing through while being taped for a news broadcast contained the photos in question. The defense spent 6 hours addressing the jury, lay out ideas like it would be ludicrous that a father like Mohammad Shafia, who had worked for 20 years to give a better life to his children, would take 3 of their lives. They also seized on technical details, like the fact that there was no concrete evidence that the girls were incapacitated at the time of their deaths. After 15 hours of deliberation, the jury returned with their verdict. The registrar of the court announced, "Please indicate your verdict on each accused as I call their names." Mohammad Shafia. The verdict is guilty. First-degree murder, all counts. Tuba Mohammad Shafia. Guilty, first-degree murder, all counts. Hamed Mohammad Shafia. Guilty, first-degree murder, all counts. The judge was required by law to ask the defendants if they had anything to say before leaving. Muhammad said, "We are not criminal. We are not murderer. We didn't commit the murder, and this is unjust." Tuba said, "This is not just. I'm not a murderer. And I'm a mother. A mother." Hamed said, "Sir, I did not drown my sisters anywhere." Judge Robert Maranger had a few things to say in his own right. It is difficult to conceive of a more heinous, more despicable, more honorless crime than the deliberate murder of, in the case of Mohammad Shafia, 3 of his daughters and his wife. In the case of Tuba Yahya, 3 of her daughters and a stepmother to all her children. In the case of Hamed Shafia, 3 of his sisters and a mother. The apparent reason behind these cold-blooded, shameful murders was that the 4 completely innocent victims offended your twisted notion of honor, a notion of honor that is founded upon the domination and control of women, a sick notion of honor of Hamed Shafia, 3 of his sisters, and a mother. The apparent reason behind these cold-blooded, shameful murders was that the 4 completely innocent victims offended your twisted notion of honor, a notion of honor that is founded upon the domination and control of women, a sick notion of honor that has absolutely no place in any civilized society. He gave each defendant life sentences with no possibility of parole until 25 years have been served. If any of them make parole, they will be deported. A stone cairn has been placed in front of the Kingston Police Department bearing the names of Zainab, Giti, Rona, and Sahar. The cairn honors those who have been victims of domestic violence. There were reactions from Canada's Muslim population. The Islamic Supreme Council of Canada and similar organizations denounced domestic violence and honor killings as un-Islamic. Ali Fali Altay, the family imam, declared the murders to be unforgivable. He went on to point out that honor killings are not compatible with Islam or any other religion and are cultural in origin. The Afghan embassy condemned the murders, calling it a heinous crime against the family. They noted that it is not reflective of Afghani culture. As one would expect, Muhammad allied himself with the Muslim population in the prison where he resides. The problem is, he has come to be known as a tyrant, much as he was with his children. Some men came to fear him when they refused to say prayers. One was so intimidated by him that he requested to spend his stay in solitary confinement. It meant he enjoyed less freedom than most inmates, but he felt it would be worthwhile to keep Shafia out of his life. A prison psychologist said of Shafia, "This man was obnoxious in manner, demanding of the Protestant and Catholic chaplains, and generally offensive. The normally pleasant atmosphere associated with the Muslims gathering for prayers was absent. Inmates on the same range as Shafia who came to see me expressed fear of him." Shafia appointed himself the leader of the Muslim prayer group. The psychologist intuited that it was Shafia's end goal to radicalize the prison's Muslim population. Thank you for listening to Human Monsters. Bye for now.